And by the way, I know you'll get the humour, but anyone who's like not from the UK or Ireland, we're very sarcastic people. But I'd say Richard. Perfect Stream is back online now on the new link, so you haven't missed much in the few seconds of being off, other than Richardson's keeping that pressure on. Van Druen is now in the pits as well. Looking at the stints, there's no one out there that long for them to be pits, so I'm quite confused by that pit stop. He's out for 39 minutes, maybe struggling, I don't know. Maybe it's tyres going from the wets to dries either, because now it's fully dry. Now it's greasy, but it's definitely improving.
Sorry, we're talking about now. I was miles away then.
I'm talking about a greasy burger.
A greasy... Oh, yes, please.
I know the track has gone to greasy now, but it looks like it's developing now back into a nice dry race. And then I'm assuming that's the reason why Van Druen has gone into the pits, because they were only about 20 odd minutes into the stint, which wouldn't make too much sense unless it was going from the wet. Oh! That was a love tap.
Very rude.
Maybe he likes that kind of thing, I don't know, but luckily enough it wasn't a catastrophic tap. It was one that everyone got away with. But I think the reason why I think is because he's fighting so hard with this battle here, he needed him out of the way.
That temperature's gone down 1 degree as well.
Nice one. So we're back to kind of where we were about an hour ago or so with the track temps. That's so close. Wow.
And that's our 4th place guy. So he should be shedding those wet tyres now.
Yes. It looks like he was only on that stand. Oh, that because he done the drive-through, that's why it's
drive-through, yeah.
15, yeah.
Car 41 in the pits as well, I noticed we drove past there.
41 was it? Oh yeah. Van Dijksen. After 17 minutes.
Sounds like they've got a problem.
Hot Weaver then as well as in the pits. Interesting.
He's been in the pits for 17 minutes.
Oh, has he?
Is that what I thought? That's what you just said.
No, he was only out for 17 minutes in a stint. That's
right.
what I'm wondering. Jeez, he was in the pits for 17 minutes and he banged last.
Yeah, he was doing well. Oh, well, the 488 just went straight off there.
Yeah, seen that straight off. Obviously rejoined okay afterwards, but I'd say that was a scary moment for them. 676 looked like it had a bit of an off-track incident, but it's kept going.
On go Germany. They raced in the charity event last year. Now, if you want to know a sadist, that gentleman there, I think, if I remember rightly, did the whole charity event. I think there was only 2 of them.
What?
In a Porsche Cup.
Wow.
Loves his Porsches, does John Doe.
But nobody knows who John Doe is, though.
No.
Some say...
I was about to say exactly the same. Some say he's from Germany.
I have to say, I do like the pink Porsche because it really stands out in the dark.
It's one of the only cars that is standing out in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing about Suzuka. They can't afford the floodlights.
No. Well, I think that adds an extra element to driving. You need to be way more vigilant.
I think I heard your interview with Reese Spence Rob, I think it was.
Oh yeah.
Where he was saying he was pretty much guessing where the track was.
Yeah. And that's an element that I do like, because at the end of the day,
I do that in daylight.
So we're after losing a few viewers from the changeover. I'm sure they'll all join back in. That's the joy
where we've gone.
They won't miss us too much. But so on 12th place here, it's still quite a tough. But oh, in the background there was a bit of touching, and a Mercedes went around. But they're both back home, which is good.
15 hours to go. That's 9 hours gone.
That's absolutely crazy. I've been watching this since the start, even when I'm not in it. I've been around the house doing stuff. Oh, as cross goes off. Is that at the exit of
It's down the main straight, isn't it?
He hardly hit the curb and lost it. To know when you can ride that curb going around there.
Sometimes you can catch it and it can do nasty things to you. Also depends what tyres it's on as well.
True. Wow. Don Bart's 1.6 seconds off Tillander in 15th and 16th, which we're looking at on the screen as well, which is great. Other than that, I think everyone else is quite spread out currently, and as I say that, Hakola is after getting by Icier, so we're after missing that on track. I don't know what happened, why it happened, but it happened. Skylar Davis now, it looks like. They got by? No, they're fighting with each other. Oh, I touched the grass. And that's definite damage there as well.
Yeah, so depending on when they last pitted, I'm sure you can tell us that.
Predictions. What car number is that one again?
Good question. I was just staring at it as well. I think it was 79.
People looking at it. 79 across. So they pitted 32 minutes ago.
It's another yellow flag.
Can't pit yellow flag. Who is it now? This time, Kieran Cox. Off right in the.
Right in the kittle-litter there, wasn't it?
That was quite unusual, but then again, because it's such a high speed through the S's there, if you lose that car at all and it snaps back, you're definitely going into that gravel there anyway.
Yeah.
Not speaking from experience being so awful that I am. I don't think I've raced Suzuka yet in this game, which I will give it a go.
And Mr. Schenk has come back.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Mr. Schenk. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Excellent. How was your stint?
It was eventful. It was like the rest of the race so far, I guess. Started on the dry tires while it was still pretty slippery. So I think the first couple of laps were really slow. Then afterwards, I got into my groove, and then it started raining again.
That is the joys of it. But yeah, like it's the weather has been crazy. But Dimitri, you're actually doing very well out there. In fairness to you.
I was happy, and I think we made the right decisions. We went to the wet tires when it started raining. We noticed it was at first it was for 10 minutes only, and then it was another 10 minutes. So we came into the pit for wet, and after that we passed so many cars on slicks, and they lost so much time. I think the time in the pit was worth it in the end. And I think at exactly the right time we went back to the slick tires, and I handed over to Sander. And I think the decision making strategy was top notch by my team.
And you're also very consistent, because I was scrutinising you more than most with your lap times to check now whether you're going to be all over the place. But you were very, very good and consistent, to be fair about it. So I can't give out to you too much. You represented yourself very well.
Thank you. I'm happy with that. I was so lucky with my pit entry. Actually, I thought I went into hot and I would get a stop and go 30. So I'm a bit surprised that we didn't get one.
Oh, you're doing brilliant. But this is going grand. So I was just after reading your message. Sorry that you threw into the shed thing. Like, lads, I'm not being bad. I'm so focused on the race, I'm not looking at messages.
No, that's fine. I put in a message and then I just thought, well, I'll hop in and I can say something about the stint as well. And it was really nice. I had fun because we went on the slicks and the other car stayed on. The race leader stayed on slicks. I was on the wets, and I was so much faster. But you don't want to do anything stupid. So in the end, I managed to pass him and then pass some other cars who were in the top 10, I guess, but they stayed on slicks. It was fun. I did some overtakes on the top cars.
Brilliant. Well, look, while you're here, I'm just going for a quick comfort break, and I'll be back in a minute, guys, and then I'll continue on to 12, no bother at all.
That would be perfect.
Excellent. Back to you now in a second. Enjoy, lads.
Enjoy.
So did anything more happen while I was in the car, Chris?
Nothing's happened at all. Not even been a race or anything. There's a couple of the top teams have had drive-throughs. Notably, the third place team I think is down now in fourth. Odyssey Racing, Snack and Son's car there at the side of the track there, and RTG must be immense damage there to return to the garage.
Yeah, and I didn't notice where it was. They just escaped to pit, so I didn't have enough time to have a look where they were on the side of the road.
I didn't actually spot that either. But, yeah, it's certainly will drop them down. I think is it you controls a lot for 2 minutes on an RTG.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's 2 or 3 minutes, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, the drive-throughs, they're I think they're going to be plenty more. Apparently, we have been on 3 cut tracks for the past 2.5-3 hours already. So
fourth one's going to arrive at some stage.
Yeah, it's going to happen at some stage, and I think that's there are a lot of cars in that position. I'm having a look if I can spot the Greek Freaks car number 34. They're on B12.
Yeah,
they seem to that seems to be the stable position right now after they had that unlucky accident at the beginning of the event.
Oh wow, I missed that. So
yeah, they were leading the race with quite some margin, and unfortunately when they went into 130R, a car right in front of them had just spun, and they lightly clipped that car, but it's at such a high pace that they had massive damage after that. So I'm searching for your team, Chris.
I think we're in 24th, I think, at the moment.
Something must have happened then as well, right? As they were doing quite well, I believe.
I don't know. I missed a few hours. I'll tell you how much I missed when I came back from running an errand. I turned the television back on, put YouTube on to watch the race, and I thought, have they reset the clock? Because it's not making sense. Because it's now between 5 and half past, I can't remember the exact time. And it said there's 21 and a half hours left to go. That just highlights how stupid I sometimes can be. I didn't realise that my television had paused it.
All right, yeah. It can take a second before that trickles through.
But yeah, it looks like we're down in 24th place.
Yeah, it seems like it, and looks like the field is spread out quite a bit as well. I see some battles going on for P20 between N van der Maat and M van der Kraan. It's a battle between the Vanders.
The Vander battle.
The Vander battle. That's it. Yeah. I do have to say I really enjoyed this track. At night time, it was incredibly dark. It was darker than I can remember from other tracks, to be honest.
It is one of my favourite tracks in ACC. Not very good at it, but it is one of my favourite.
It is definitely a fun track to drive, but there were patches off it, and I believe Sam already mentioned it here. After Spoon and going into 130R and then towards the chicane, it's very dark over there, almost pitch black.
Driving on with your eyes out in front.
Yeah, exactly. And we have another car off track, and it looks to be
676.
Yeah, that was at Spoon, I believe.
Yeah, Convicts and Colonials team. Tiredness will be setting in now as well, won't it?
Sorry, I missed that.
Tiredness will be setting in with some drivers.
Yeah, probably. Could be. And we're looking at Patrick once. For one moment, I thought we were looking at Sjouke Vervat. It was funny because when I quit the commentary to have some dinner, while we see a great overtake, I think that's not for a position.
No, I'll be lapping that's car. So
yeah.
Nard Cox going and driving that.
And CBSR car right after it.
Yeah. So they're both well up the pecking order.
That was well done. It was clean passes from both of them. Well done by Patrick as well to give the room. Well, it was funny when I was having my dinner. I thought, I'll check some live streams from some different teams, and I happened to stumble upon the live stream of Sjouke Vervat's team, which is THCR, I think.
Yeah.
And I got onto the stream, and the first thing I hear is, well, after this connection, is the track cut working? Because we haven't got a track cut. And I see all the cars I see doing drive-thrus, and I'm like, well, yeah, maybe something is bugged, and it doesn't work for us. So they were, let's see if we can get a track cut, and just so we know if it's a bug or something like that. And they tried it for 4 corners, and every time it said, no time gain. Like, well, something is wrong. I have to tell the admins that it's a bit unfair because it doesn't seem to be working. So they were actively trying to get a track cut just to check, and in the end they did. But,
well, there you go. I think it sometimes depends where you actually cut the track.
Yeah, apparently it was just such a funny moment that I just switched on and that was happening, and it's really lovely to see how all the teams are doing the live streams and how the communication is between each other. It's just such a fun event.
No, lads, sorry for leaving you for so long there. On my way to water the flowers, I was talking to the head of Ferrari, and they want to have Chris now as their new team principal moving forward there, because not only does he have the voice like Barry White, he makes the tracks hotter, and he's also a professor. So Ferrari want to hire you for the new team principal if you can, man.
I would not have that job if you paid me.
But they weren't going to pay you, they're expecting you to do it for free.
All right. No, I'm watching my hair that day.
That's kind of mean.
And I haven't got much left.
Not even none left.
Right, thanks guys. I'm gonna hop off now for a little bit, have a drink, and I'll guess I'll see you guys in the morning then again.
Yeah, Dimitri, I think I'll close out the last 2 hours. I'll jump back on at like 10 in the morning because I see no one's in with you. So I'll keep you company from 10 to 12, and that's no problem.
Yeah, that's great. It would be lovely.
Thanks very much for your time, Dimitri.
Thank you as well. And good luck with the stream, and good luck to all the drivers. I'll keep an eye on it.
Absolutely. Go on. You go rest. Enjoy yourself.
You go rest. As we watch the confused car.
So this is the car that's trying to hint at you to become the Ferrari team principal, as I was just saying. But look, you're after shutting down that job, so off to Williams with you.
Oh, not a bad choice. At least it's still in this country.
True, actually. True. Actually, just so you're aware, and like anyone who wants to join us, so in ARA, we're actually doing a community meet for Silverstone on the 5th to 7th of May. So if you are doing nothing, you want to come down to Silverstone for the GT3 race and let us know and join up with us.
Put a shout out in our community. You're more than welcome to do that, mate.
Oh, yeah, definitely, because look, we all love racing on the track, but it's always good to go to the events and socialise and have the laugh as well.
It is, absolutely. That's a bank holiday weekend then, is it?
It is, yeah. And I'm after probably doing a silly thing. I'm after booking from the 2nd of May to like the 12th or 13th off. So I'm just going to drive over and I'm going to annoy every single Formula One place around Silverstone as well over that week, just to annoy them to let me in to take a few pictures and that.
Good luck with that.
The Irish charm. Either that or be arrested, one or the other.
So where are you going to start? Are you going to start Milton Keynes?
I think I will, yeah, because to be honest with you, I was looking at the map. I want to try Aston Martin first because that's right beside Silverstone.
It is, yeah.
And then I can say, look, come on, Eddie Jordan down this place, let me have a look. He's my uncle, I swear. But then, no, I definitely want to do Milton Keynes. But now, McLaren is my favourite Formula 1 team. It has been since I was 4 years old. So I definitely want to go and try and get as far as I can in there without being kicked out.
It looks an incredible place from the pictures you see in the BT.
Absolutely, yeah. It looks very anal, but that's real Ron Dennis era, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
And I love Ron Dennis. He was the most ignorant man, I'd say, to most people, but he was just such a good team principal. What he done with McLaren for years was amazing. Then again, you can say that about most teams.
I believe that the McLaren Technology Centre was actually used for one of the scenes, or a scene of the city in Star Wars.
Oh, really?
In one of the, the new streamed seasons that they do, Banter or whatever it's called, I think. Car 77 is serving a drive-through at the moment.
Oh no!
It's all right. It's down in 29th. It's fine.
It's still further than 35th. Not that there's that wrong with it, but you don't want to be losing any position. Like, I wouldn't bother even if I was in 34th. I would be so annoyed if I dropped out to 35th. It's losing positions. It's the mentality. But look in there, everyone's quite spread out. My boy Skyler's still doing well in 9th. Francesco Casella is doing a very good job up in 8th there, with Richards in 7th as well.
So we got past him then.
Yeah, eventually. But he's like 23 seconds in the clear, so he must have not just went by and pressed a rocket and shot off the road. Simon Bauer is still doing a job down in 5th. That was after.
They pitted, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking there.
So that drive through and then they pitted.
Yeah.
They don't swap drivers.
So no one knows who John Doe is. It could really be actually Chris, and we don't know.
I can't do two things at once. I can't multitask. I struggle to breathe and talk.
We can't prove it, firstly, and secondly, it's a mystery. Some say it's Lando Norris.
I don't think it's Lando. He's busy doing other things. I know he was doing an ACC event.
It was Sunday, wasn't it? Because I was doing a podcast when he was doing it. I was like, of course, when I'm doing something that I can't actually go and look at it. Which was quite annoying. But I want to rob a few views from here for my podcast that I do as well. It's only a new thing. I just talk to everyone, get their stories about kind of sim racing, racing in general, and just normal stuff.
Plenty of people in here that would love to talk to you about their racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, everyone's more than welcome in. The more the merrier. And that's what I'll be put on Spotify as of next month as well. I'm building all that stuff up, kind of figuring out what I want to do with it. But it's for everybody, for every community and every person. Like the likes of anyone here, you want to big up your own community. Obviously, it'll be streamed live on my Twitch. So, all communities help each other. That's the way I look at it. And I won't never exempt anyone from coming on or talking about their own communities. It's open to everybody. And as I say that,
I'm going to say you heard it here first, but you probably said that to other people.
Which?
That you're starting your own podcast.
Well, it's only our community knew about it, and I've already, like, 4 episodes in. Tomorrow's my 5th episode with Skylar Davis, who's racing now at the minute. So, looking forward to that one. I had a really funny one. I don't know, do you know Logistical Nightmare Racing, the South African group?
No.
They're great guys. I had Paul Venture on from them. He was hilarious. They're guys, which I find really funny. They jumped into our, obviously, the endurance thing that we're doing, but then when you get talking to other people from other communities, these guys, when they race together, so if they enter, say, 2 or 3 teams into, say, tonight's race, they'd have bets that whoever was to finish the highest had to do, like, a live shot on screen and all, and they'll video each other doing raw tequila and all. Like, it's hilarious, the stuff they get up to. I think it's great. It's mad inside banter they have with each other. But also, they're probably raging alcoholics.
I'm going to say drinking and driving. Doesn't mix. Now, CBSR team definitely be interested in that.
I'll introduce them. So, but I think it's hilarious. I love the way that different, like, each community has their own little kind of inside stuff that they do. It's brilliant.
It's unusual to see this team up this far down.
Yeah, that's what I'm just looking there as well. I thought they were a bit higher than that.
Must have had some issues.
I think there's a lot of people out there that had issues tonight, be it at the start of the race and then with the wet. It's being a learning curve, but then again, it's different pace drivers when you have someone else in the car then that's mightn't be their fastest driver, might just be pacing themselves as well. Looking at the lap times there kind of shows the story. So like in 25th there, 2:01, so they're obviously running quite fast actually in 25th. So 2:01.847 was their last lap. Their best lap is a 2:01.845. So they're obviously been very consistent and staying in and around that. So I can imagine they could be slowly weaning their way up. So 22 seconds off Patrick Wance there. But see, this is the thing now, when you have the faster guys in like this regularly doing kind of the 2-minute ones, 2-minute zeros, stuff like that, that's when you're going to see the difference long term over the next 6-7 hours.
Yeah, so this is the third place team in the championship.
Oh wow.
Team RNE.
Oh. And Nara Cox though is just about to overtake Bart by the looks of it. Is he going to get the job done? It's a drag race. The NSX is a little beast and has the inside line, but has to give it up. But the other Austin runs quite wide. It wasn't like the move we've seen earlier on where they went side by side all the way down to this corner. It was epic. That was probably my move of the race so far. I'd have to go back and clip that. It was phenomenal.
You're going to get this down the main straight into the T1.
Yeah, it does seem to have the edge in it. The only thing is though, if the Austin holds the line, they can push them out a bit wider and get him off the throttle. As he's learned, Cox is not afraid to give position, and at that, he's fighting a little bit tougher this time round though.
Now it's one of our team drivers.
Oh really?
Yeah. That car 74 is made up of at least 2 team drivers.
Wow.
And Andrew Richardson in 7th place has got a drive-through.
Oh. Track limits is starting to become a factor now, isn't it, in fairness?
Yeah.
Wow. That's tough going. And look at in 5th place, Simon Bauer's only 0.4 of a second off John Doe.
It's just calling him the German stick.
The German? No, I'd probably offend someone doing that.
That's true.
I call him our SimSport International Racing. We do not in any way condemn any random stuff that gets us banned from sensitive people.
No, I've made that move eventually into the hairpin by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's got it done by the looks of it there. Does it stick though? Because John Doe is looking to stay close with him. I think John Doe has to give it up. It looks like now they have... I have to say though, I do have a soft spot for John Doe on that team, because Smith actually really impressed me earlier on in the race.
You had one of their drivers in for an interview, did you not?
I did, yeah, and he was saying that Smith's only like 18 years old. Or 18 to 20. So, to be that young and keep that level ahead that he did through those mixed conditions, like, honestly, was a very impressive driver. And, like, he was on the edge with all the guys as well, so he was very impressive to look at. So that's someone to keep an eye on.
Can't remember that far back.
I remember bits and bobs, but so much has happened. I can't believe we're on lap. We're literally nearly 10 hours into this. This is crazy.
Sorry, I meant 18 to 20 years old.
Oh, that was quite a long time ago. I'm 35 now.
Yeah. Still beat you. Anyway.
You're only young Gossoon, yeah, a little baby.
Yeah, a little.
Because Richard's going to serve the drive-through now.
Yeah.
So I'd say this is so tough after being racing to go through so slow.
That well couldn't break.
Yeah, true, actually.
I'll be kicking himself, I would have thought. Man, you don't know if he got all 4 drive-throughs, all 4 track limits, or inherited 3.
See, it's the kind of track, though, it's narrow enough that it's easy to get a track limit with some of the corners, as it looked like Crawford decided to make his own corner there, but got back going, but will be under pressure now from the BMW behind. It won't be for actual race, or is it Aston Martin, is it? It won't be for actual race position, but still, last thing you want to be is under pressure for another driver and you're trying to get your head back in after an off, but he didn't fight it.
No, I think they're just battling to the end now. Well, not battling, just plodding along to the end.
What I'm very confused about, though, as well, the guys that are in the Porsche that looks like a Ferrari, why didn't they just get a Ferrari?
Because last, I think it was season 1 of SSRi GT3 Championship. I think it was that. They had a McLaren, I believe it was, in BMW livery.
No way.
So it's just their thing. Yeah, I think one of the last.
McLaren and BMW have the link, though, with the BMW powered McLaren F1.
They do. That's right. But I think one of the earlier races where it was only a short event, I think it was Misano, could be wrong.
Right.
They had a 2-car team, and they drove a Ferrari with the Porsche livery. 911 livery.
Brilliant. So they're a bit mad, is what you're telling me.
I'm not saying that. I would never cast aspersions on anyone.
I'd say they're a bit mad. That's brilliant.
They've got a sense of humour, I think. That's the thing.
But people need a sense of humour, and it's great to see it, because, you know, the livery shows the personality of the drivers as well. You can literally do whatever you want. So it's great to see that people are kind of not taking themselves too serious. And I do see some of the nice liveries there, with even with the SimSport Racing International logo on it as well, which is quite nice. I think it was the car that's in 6th place there, Cohen Scepter's in it as well, number 69.
CVSR, yes.
Yeah. But it's nice to see that, a bit of respect there by putting on the league logo and stuff like that.
Well,
and then,
in all fairness, it was mandatory.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was everybody could run a livery for this event, but they had to have the Against Cancer logo on it and the league logo.
Fair.
And they never fail to disappoint when they come up with the liveries.
No, definitely not. There's been some really fun ones. I have to say, though, that number 79, I do like the Japanese. Like, that's a proper one-off livery for this race when you think about it. It's in Japan. What a better way to do it. And it's like the Japanese colours, white and red.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, is it possible to get a shot of our bonnet with your free view cam? Yes. I want you to look just above the headlights. I think it is. So our team for this event was formed with my team, Dynamic Motorsports, and Pulse Motorsport.
Okay.
And we decided we would run as the Against Cancer SimSport because we're both not affiliated. So what I'm asking Tom to show isn't. It doesn't relate to that. It relates to something else.
Okay.
That will become apparent. So I don't know if you can read that just above the Audi badge. It says for Bernard.
Oh yeah.
That's my father.
Oh man, that's a beautiful.
So they're running that on our car, and Bass's team have got the Mode 11 car has got it on the front splitter.
That's a really nice touch.
But our livery is basically a zip of the two teams being removed with the Against Cancer colours coming out front. So that's how our livery was envisaged.
That's a really nice. It's a good story with it as well, and the fact then that you've got the respect to your own dad, and the fact that you're doing it for such a great cause. I'm definitely sure, you know, if he's looking down at this right now at this minute, I'm sure he's going to be delighted at that as well, being remembered by yourself and all your teammates and community. That's
Thanks
amazing.
very much, Tom.
That's absolutely brilliant. That is really, really nice.
They did that as a surprise for me.
That's what I love about sim racing. You know, you mightn't get to meet each other in real life, but there you go. The connection's there and the respect is there, and I think that's massively important.
I'm very fortunate that it's my best friend that I race with in Dynamic Motorsport, Simon Bike. He'll be racing later on. So
nice.
He is actually the only person I've physically met. Okay. But you get to feel like you know this community. You get to feel like you know everybody.
Yeah.
It's so close. I mean, I know Tom's gone through some trials and tribulations over the last 12 months, even quite recently. So we all share. We also try and support each other.
You know, that's something I'm definitely ambassador for, is people need to share stuff, because at the end of the day, especially with lads, we normally don't talk about stuff when you bottle it up and, you know, it gets to you. So to have a place in a sim community like this where you can kind of say, do you know what, lads, I'm having a shit day for X, Y and Z, and, you know, you might just have someone there that's a little smart arse that might just say the most inappropriate joke that'll make you laugh, or you'll have someone, if you need that support to vent, there'll be people there. So it's good now that you're saying that in the community here as well that you have that. I think that's a massive key, especially for people nowadays as well, because no one talks enough about whatever's going on in their life, good or bad, you know.
No, they don't.
You only hear the good. Sorry, you only hear the good. And yeah, look, that's important for me, because like I actually originally did a podcast years ago when I was running F1 leagues, and I done the very first podcast. I ended up talking about this person's like mental health and what they were going through and that, and then literally that's how my podcast originally started years ago. But obviously I stopped doing all that for quite a while, so that's why I'm doing it now, is more relaxed. But obviously if people talk about it like that, you know, the response from the community when they see stuff like that, and I'm sure it's the same obviously with SimSport International as well, like just the backing you have from the community, I think it makes you feel like not only are there friends, you do feel a bit like family, because like you race and spend so much time together online anyway, and then to have that genuine support and the genuine, you know, love from the guys, I suppose you'd say as well, it's great.
It is. We're a good community.
I can definitely tell that.
And anyway, back to racing. Car 20, no, car 118, drive through.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, that's the joys now. It's track limits are starting to affect everybody. And looking there now, who done the fast lap of the race? That's gone out of my mind.
They'll be up near the top.
I thought it was car 1 but with a different driver. Yeah, car 1 with a different driver. So, sorry, car 138.
138.
Yeah, with a different driver.
But, is it EXE by any chance?
I think it was, yeah. It was in the first 2 stints that was done. Oh no, the third stint, sorry. in around that I was anyway. So looking at the gaps, it looked like Sopius is after having a bit of a spin there. But it looks like they are back going now.
Running in 13th place. I would imagine he's going to have quite a bit of damage.
Oh, no, I thought there was there. It doesn't look like there is.
Oh, so this is his outlap then, Tom?
Yeah. 130 or with tyres that aren't fully warm yet. Yeah, that's going to happen if you top the curb anyway. I love seeing the flames popping out of these cars because in the night it's amplified.
Well thought out. SCC have done a really good job with.
Unreal. It's by far probably the best looking sim out there at the minute. In terms of capability with camera control, as our lovely imaginary friend is doing, and with the graphics though, the detail they're putting into the wet, the look of that track when it gets wet, the reflection of the lights on the track, the flames, the way the exhaust glows, everything is just amazing how they've done it.
Yes.
Great detail.
Let's hope that they roll it into whatever the next iteration of this platform is going to be.
Yeah, but I think, isn't it another 4 years they have with the licensing at the minute, so I can't imagine this game changed at all other than just being updated all the time.
The other guys that obviously came up with the Assetto Corsa as well, and I believe there's an Assetto Corsa 2 coming out.
They are, but unless they're not willing to kind of put a Assetto Corsa 2 out for another probably 2 or 3 years, I can't see them killing this game to add it into AC2 because that would just be silly.
Yeah, it would.
And not very fair. Yeah, but that's not a nice way to go about the guys who have invested all their time into this game either.
I'm paying for all the DLC as well.
Yes, exactly. Such a joy of being a commentator. Like, as I was only saying earlier on, I only got to commentating on this literally 2 months ago, and I moved over from Xbox about a year ago to PC, and I rebuilt another PC last month. So I done a new build, and then I ended up just buying this game with all the download content I want just to do comms on it. But you know what? It was worth every single cent of it because the racing of anywhere I've come across, and even here tonight, has been just top-notch, wheel-to-wheel action, and you know, very fair racing. Sometimes you do a bit of paint rubbing and touching and whatever, but that's all part of racing, especially in GT3s.
Yeah, there's never any malicious moves.
No.
There's out braking and missing your braking point and stuff like that. That happens, and that's why we have the semi-live stewards.
Absolutely, and my boy Skylar Davis now looking to attack Casella now for a place, about a second off at the minute. No bias here whatsoever, obviously.
No, you're not showing any bias either.
No. Go on, Skylar. And honestly, if you're free tomorrow, man, just even join my podcast. Like, the dude, he's so nice. He's just so nice. He's such a down-to-earth dude. Look at that, the livery I was only after noticing there on that pink Porsche, on the boot lid of it, it looks like the Race Against Cancer logo is kind of where the just underneath the wing. It's a very nice placement of what I seen there a minute ago. As this Ferrari looking car. I don't know if you're able to get onto the back there to the spoiler. It looks very well how they've done it.
Tom can get anywhere on that car.
I absolutely agree.
Sometimes even the strangest people are watching on YouTube. I have no idea what we're laughing at now.
That's actually quite true. But he's a legend. I wouldn't mind, Tom, you should be in the comms as well, because you come out with the one-liners.
Oh, he's gone all shy now while he's concentrating trying to get to there.
So it's literally just under that wing you'll see it. If you bring the camera down, yeah, there you go.
Lovely.
I think that's a really nice placement. I don't know what the other bit is. Porsche Centrum, what? I don't have a clue what that is. I look at the pickup on the rear wing as well. Ah, okay. And where are you from, Tom? Nice. So for anyone who can't hear, our imaginary friend is from Netherlands. So I'm sure you're a big Max Verstappen fan, are you? Yeah. A lot of people give him a lot of hate, and I was having this conversation last week on my other podcast, or the podcast from last week, and it was like, oh, he's too aggressive. He's not. Like, for me, I find Max Verstappen, what drivers were in the 70s and 80s, there's no politicalness with him. He just says it as it is, and even to the media, he lets the media know, look, you're building up something out of nothing, and I actually respect that. Now, I don't understand why people hate drivers. I'm one of these fans that I look at every driver and see the strengths in them, especially Nicholas Latifi, the greatest driver of all time. I don't know if you agree with that one.
Sorry, I was choking on my drink then when you said that.
Well, once it wasn't that, and else I'm happy. I know, yeah, but honestly, I don't understand the hate though with the likes of Verstappen or that, because like everyone hated Schumacher when he was so dominant, but then afterwards they have this nostalgia kind of bubbly thing that, oh, he was the greatest thing ever, but yet they were the same people that were mouthing about him for years. And it's the same with Vettel.
Well, I was just about to say that. Aston Vettel, I didn't like one bit, but I found it with Vettel. I found it with Schumacher. I've been watching Formula 1 for quite a number of years. Exactly the same with Schumacher as with Vettel, as with Alonso.
Yeah.
Don't like them. Now I think they're great.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre how they grow on you.
Well, what it is at the time, because they're winning all the time, and maybe you might support another team. Like, I always supported McLaren, but like, I'm not one of these drivers that hates another teams. I love everything about any motorsport that I really get into. I look at the drivers, the engineers, everything. I look at the whole picture, and it always seems that a driver like Schumacher, Verstappen, Vettel, and even Hamilton to a point, even against Rosberg, and that you need to have that. It's the killer instinct. There's no other way of saying it. You just want everything to go your way and be super selfish. And you need to be like that to be as successful as they have been. But it's only after they've kind of gone through their peak then people are like, ah, sure, he was great because he's struggling now because they've gone to a bad team. I've never understood the mentality of fans doing that. I've never understood it.
It's hard to describe, isn't it? I think some fans certainly get into the...
While I was talking about, sorry, there's 2 stop-go 30 seconds, one for Grote and one for Smith. Sorry, mate.
Oh, it's fine. I've actually lost the stream. I'm back on now.
And there's B. Smith. So that is who I was talking to, Ben Smith, earlier on. He is a phenomenal little driver as well, so watch out for him in the race.
But he's got a stop-go 30 to serve as well.
That's only a small little thing, don't worry about that. Where is he then? You're looking at the time difference. Although that's going to be 7th place, then he'll have to come out into.
Is it 7th or is he going to lose 8th?
No, he won't lose 8th. 8's about 62 seconds behind.
Yeah, but it's a stop-go 30.
Yeah, even with that, I think he'll only be on about a minute, and he's 18 seconds clear of 7th, and then 7th is 62 seconds clear.
Yeah. Okay.
So he should come out okay. So he loses about a minute in total.
Will he serve it straight away?
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, that's Grote. Sorry, I was looking at Grote there. Isn't that so weird how 6th and 11th were literally on the same piece of tarmac? That's crazy.
They followed each other through the pits.
That's so unlucky getting a stop go though. That's a minute after losing. So on 11th, he is... I can't see the delta. I don't think he's going to lose at the 12th though, because 12th is only kind of about a minute into their lap. Oh, he's still going around anyway. He's going to have to pit this lap. Isn't this going to be his third lap now that he's on? Is it his third lap this one? Am I counting things wrong here?
I didn't spot when he actually got the stop go.
Okay.
All things for sure, he's going to have to stop at some stage. He's normally within 3 laps, and Dominic Gamelin just goes right through as well.
Oh my god. That is the toughest thing, and that must be track limits though. Has to be track limits.
Yeah, for a drive through can only be that. Same with stop. Well, the stop go 30 is a pit infringement normally.
He's doing alright out there, and the whole pack have spread out quite a bit though at the minute. The closest battle is Darrell Young, he's about 3 seconds off, so for race position, as Ben Smith is in the pits serving, he's dropped down to 7th. I can't see him going down to 8th place. I think that'd be quite crazy if he did. He still should come out about probably 15-20 seconds clear of P. Vanier.
He's only just coming around spoon into Pete Vanier.
Yeah.
But one thing, he will have closed that massive gap.
Oh, let's say Smith must be leaving the pits by now, so yeah, he's out of the pits just as I look in there. So it's gone off the screen that he's had to stop go. So he's still quite considerably a bit ahead. He's at least, I'd say at least 20 odd seconds there. And there, so when he crosses the line, I'm sure we'll get a better representation. Oh, he's about. Oh wow, he's actually not as far ahead as I thought. Oh no, he is 21 seconds.
So Pete Vanier is a fast driver.
So that might give him a bit of motivation then.
Yes.
Interesting. Looking down, back through it. Darrell Young is 2.6 seconds off 23rd spot. That's pretty much it. There's not anything major happening out there at the minute. I'm sure the next go of pits though will make a difference, and there is a few people in the top 10 that do need to pit.
Well, first place has pitted.
Fourth place and second place, but then third place hasn't, fourth place has, fifth place hasn't, sixth place has, seventh obviously is after pitting but then having to do that stop go, so that makes it look that bit different again.
Reading in the chat, I've asked who the greatest F1 driver is. Do you remember Andrea Lotterer driving?
I do indeed. That was in the early 90s.
Oh, it's got 2014 Belgian Grand Prix for Caterham. I don't remember that.
When I'm thinking of it, the team, Andrea Lotterer for Caterham 20, that was the horrible dildo-nosed Caterham. What was that for? Who was racing with them back then? Wasn't that when Guido van der Garde had some sort of a weird contract thing and they were fighting? And then he got paid not to race, or was that with Sauber actually? I think that was Sauber.
I can't remember the politics. Not all the politics anyway.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, that was Sauber that he ended up doing because he was meant to drive for them and didn't. I don't remember Lotterer.
Mr. Bath says he did. So.
Maybe so.
Might be a case of having to Google that.
I'd have to go and have an old nose at that, yeah.
Yeah. CBSR Racing saying that Conceptor is also fast. Yes, he is. He is fast. So most of your team. I'm guessing that's Aaron that's typed that. Or Anthony.
Let me have a look. I can't actually find out about that there. When I type up Caterham, all I see is the downfall of Caterham, abandoned Caterham factory.
Yeah.
Well, that's not half depressing.
Yeah. I remember the colour scheme, green, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was an Indian really rich dude that had took that over. I can't remember his name now. But then didn't they have issues with the copyright of the Lotus name and then had to change the Caterham? Because they were one of the Lotus Renault when Lotus came back in with Kimi Räikkönen. I remember when they changed the name from Renault or whatever it was. I'm
sure, Jan, if you want to come and explain to us, since you've got the knowledge of it.
Absolutely.
We're open to having you in our discussions.
I'm always up for talking about Formula 1. I'm trying to learn more about the GT3 racing though as well, because I do enjoy watching all motorsports after working in Wendello Park for 10 odd years. I've watched everything from Formula V's to ex-Le Mans cars and stuff like that racing around it. And the British touring cars were over with us in 2000. I think it was from 2001 to 2004 they were in Ireland as well.
Some good years there.
Oh, that was
Plato would have been in that, wouldn't he?
Plato was in the Astra. What's your man's name though? That him and Plato used to always be at each other.
So Thompson? No.
Oh, he's such a tall man as well.
Oh, Matt Neal.
That's it, Matt Neal. Matt Neal and Plato were the epitome of touring cars from the kind of mid to late 90s in the super touring era, as well as into the mid and early 2000s. It's Plato's after retiring this year as well, isn't he? That was his last season.
Not far. Watched BTCC for quite a number of years.
It's still great fun. But what I liked about it back in the 90s, though, you had ex-Formula 1 drivers and Derek Warwick and all as well, and Larini and stuff like that. It was great fun. And with Williams after developing the Lagoon at that time as well.
Oh, that was green as well, wasn't it?
Green and yellow, yeah.
Yeah.
They were great days. Great cars. That Volvo with the 5-cylinder was just, so nice to listen to.
Him at Harvey rings a bell, driving the Volvo.
The Audi as well. I think they had a 5-cylinder as well, if I remember right. And you had the Honda, then even the Toyota as well, the Carina back in the kind of earlier side of the 90s as well. Yeah, but I think it was Vauxhall then really dominated then the 2000s with the British touring cars.
Alfa Romeo dominated the 90s, didn't they?
The start of the 90s, yeah, they were quite fast. But I think that was more DTM than the BTCC. But they did do well in the BTCC, but I think that was more DTM that they went to town in that 155.
Queenie.
Oh, what a dude. Yeah. Hackola's in the pits.
The chat within the chat, we're actually discussing what the plural of Lexus is.
Toyota.
So I don't know if you can see the chat.
No, I'll open up the chat, sorry. Let me have an old nose here. I have a million things open.
Slight exaggeration.
Sorry, I've only 999,900. Whoa. Let me have an old nose. Skip the ad. Why can't I see the chat? I'm going to close that and go back into it. There we go. Lexian? Lexus in Germany.
Just goes to show we can actually talk about anything we want, really.
Yeah. After seeing that chat, I think we're doing quite well. But I don't think there is a plural for Lexus.
It just is.
Yeah. IS 200. I'll have to say, Lexus did make one of the best cars ever, in fairness, though. The LFA is what you call one of the most beautiful sounding engines known to man tuned by Yamaha with that exhaust.
I remember it being on Top Gear, vaguely.
Oh, it's just... It was over-engineered, but that exhaust note was just unreal. And I was watching a documentary on how Yamaha had done it. They put like mad resonators and all into the exhaust to give it that really kind of deep, beautiful sound. But the engine was so quick at revving as well. They had to use a digital clock back then. It was too quick for an analog clock to grab it. So that's how good that engine was. Like, it was so loose that it could rev straight up high to low very quick.
Your knowledge is astounding.
I love cars, love motorsport, so I know a bit. There's obviously stuff I might know, like I didn't remember, obviously, that race in 2014. Now, mind you, back in 2014, Caterham were absolutely on the brinks of collapsing anyway. So I don't think anyone really does remember them that much. I remember Charles Pick racing for them back then, alright. And Heikki what's happening here? Vanya. So Duma is dropping off Vanya now, to be fair about it. Although look at that, Eccleston is literally 0.3 off and is right up the arse of that car. And nowhere to go. But the thing about it is, I think the Beamer will be faster in a straight line, so while the Porsche is quite fast in the mid-section and the fourth part of this section here, yeah. The Ferrari. It's actually Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz in that car.
And judging by Bass's mum commenting, it looks like Mode 11 have changed drivers, and Basil Van Mellis is now in the
oh really?
cockpit. They're in 18th place.
Nice. Let me have a look. Oh yeah, Bas Van Mellis is in, yeah. It's what it says on my thing it is, it's past by, I don't know.
I know what Tom's referring to, so I'm keeping quiet.
You may tell me.
No, can't.
There's no secrets here. I'll give you my OnlyFans subscription for a month free.
No, you're alright, thanks. I don't want to watch that. I mean, I'm sure you're a nice lad, but no, I don't want to watch your OnlyFans page.
No, so I'm one of these people. I draw stick men and then put it up there and make people pay hundreds for it.
What a brilliant idea.
I guarantee you there'll be idiots out there thinking, oh, I'll get onto this. I actually seen weirdly an ad on YouTube, so it looks like, oh, that was so close. Now, this is completely off topic, and I do apologise, but no, I was always under the assumption OnlyFans was for pure and utter dirt, but there's people doing cookery shows in it, so apparently they're trying to use it as a platform similar to the likes of Twitch and that, and even YouTube, but yeah, you just have to pay to see the videos and stuff, which is weird.
That is just peculiar. As X-Team has managed to get past Wester.
He's done a great job there. Around the outside he went?
Underground, overground, wobbling free.
And then, so it looks like though Westler will be pitting soon enough though. He's out there an hour and 5 minutes. So to be fair, that fight was never going to stay sustained.
Oh, that mistake from Exton there. Exton, sorry.
He's just trying to warm the tyres up, I think. So it's down to it's down to 17 degrees now to drop on another degree.
I'm not talking enough, am I?
Half an hour time though, there's going to be rain also. So the rain dance has been doing very well tonight.
Wind's picking up as well. It was at 3.
CBS or raising hello, Omar. I can't say that lady's name, but hello.
Marique, I think it is.
Marique.
That's,
I'm going to call you Mom.
Yeah, well, it's Bass's mum, so, you know, that's why I call her.
Mummy?
No, Bass's mum, I call her. I call her Mummy.
I was trying to be like doing a posh English accent, it didn't work.
Alright. No.
Yeah, no, don't. I'm just random, don't mind me. Let me have a look here. So, Eccles is doing well, but Darryl Young is getting close to Steve Parker. He's about 1.1 second off, 1.1. So he's getting into a close little battle there with Parker. That is down in 22nd and 23rd. It's a nice little battle. And we're on lap 251.
And 14 hours to go.
Ah, that's not too bad. I'd do that stint myself, I would.
It's like 10 hours gone.
I don't know. That today's after being a blur for me.
10 hours gone, and everybody's forgot about the fact that we had to restart the event. So I just reminded everyone.
I was just about to say that there until now. Sure, look, these things happen. Oh, this is crazy, like. So much racing yet to go, and the worst thing is, we will be still streaming the stream live. I'll still be keeping it live, obviously, here on my own Twitch, and then obviously it will stay live overnight on obviously the YouTube page, but there will be no comms from about 12 till 6 or 7, isn't it?
I'm not sure of the exact schedule.
I'll have to jump in and have a look, so I'll do that now. I wouldn't mind stopping at about 12ish because I've been going for nearly I've done about what 8 hours or so far today or that. Let me look.
12 is a good cut-off time.
I reckon any time around 12. Look, if there's action at 12, obviously we might be a bit later than 12 because you know yourself. Let me have an own nose here in the broadcast chat. So I'm after looking at the wrong thing.
So the Ferrari's just coming out of the pits.
Oh, there we go. Now I'll be able to tell you now what way we're doing this. So it looks like from 12 o'clock till 6, so it'll be 7 o'clock onwards, so 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. if you're in like mainland Europe. There will be Yvonne and Wouter.
Oh yeah.
Then from, it looks like 7 till 9, then Yvonne on her own from 9 to 10, I think it is. And then Dimitri is in from 10. Well, I'll join in for Dimitri then from 12 till 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock, whatever time we finish at. And if I'm up early enough and I'm not doing anything or washing my hair or doing my makeup or nails, I might try join Yvonne for that hour as well. But I'll see how I am.
See if you've got a voice off.
Well, I have to do a podcast then at 5 o'clock with Skylar after that, so I've literally my whole weekend has been in front of a PC basically.
Yeah, but Skylar will be knackered as well.
Well, he's in America, so he'll be sleeping probably after his stint. Because it's still daytime over there, so in America it's 5 hours behind, so it's only about 7 p.m. now for him. So to be fair, he won't be too bad at all because it's normal time for him. And he's an absolute ace of a dude, which I'm delighted that he's doing anyway. That's getting close there with the Audi and the Beamer, isn't it?
It was a nice move though.
All is fair in love and war. though. If you're looking up at 8 and 7, though, they're only 0.7 between it.
Oh, second place guy, drive through.
Oh no. Can we jump on with 8 position, mate? They're only half a second away from each other, so fair play. Our imaginary friend is the greatest dude ever. Oh, I wish I had you all the time for streaming. I'd never have to worry about broadcasting. What a dude. It's very close now with Duma and Van Aert. I'd expect Fernero is going to come in soon because he's losing out a lot of time and all the guys now behind who are under fresher rubber. He's staying out there, what a dude.
Rain's coming in 10 minutes as well.
Ah, so maybe he's going to just try and extend that. But look how heavy that rain gets down 30 minutes.
Yeah. Once again, mixing the...
Now this is tiredness probably asking this one, but have we had nearly about 2 hours without any rain? Because it seems like it's been quite a while.
No.
No?
No. I don't think I've been on with you for 2 hours, have I? No, I might have been.
I'd say you have, sure. Dimitri was on ages ago.
Yeah, it was trying up when I came on, so yeah, perhaps we have.
That's great. Time flies when you're having fun, man. I thought we were best friends now, no?
I don't drink a Monster Energy drink, you're alright.
Do you know?
No.
What?
I don't drink any energy drinks.
What do you drink?
Water.
Well, that's the best drink you can actually drink, to be fair.
I'm drinking sparkling flavoured spring water.
I don't like sparkling water.
Got to be flavoured. Can't stand the sparkling normal.
Oh, it's flavoured you have, is it?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. I was wondering because I don't trust anyone who drinks the sparkling water. It's just rotten. It's so horrible. It literally just tastes the gas.
We had a brief picture-in-picture there showing that the fourth place car 5 Odyssey Racing Team was in the pits.
Look at this dude here with this production.
We've got
battles everywhere.
So
who's going to be the winner?
One can't quite make out. Somebody coming up onto Nard Cox. And Pete Vanier jumps into the pits. So
he had to.
Goes away.
That was a great stint from him all the same, but now in 15th and 14th, half a second between them, that's Tillander and Cox. Cox has been in a lot of battles tonight, in fairness.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've mentioned his name in battling, is it?
Absolutely not. How are you doing, Glenn? Yeah, it's absolutely amazing what they're doing out there. Looking there as well, with that going on, the leader is on lap 255, while the second place on 254. But then again, just behind, never mind, I was about to say, just behind Tillander, the battle for 16th and 17th was hotting up, and it's starting to hot up again, about 1.6 seconds off. So we keep an eye on both of them battles as we are going. But this one here with Cox and Tillander is definitely going to just get heavier now. NSX versus Audi. I think the NSX just has the run on the Audi, doesn't it, with power?
NSX was, for a long period of time, frowned upon. Hardly anybody ever drove it.
Really?
Now all of a sudden it's one of the OP cars to have.
Yeah, it's well, since I joined the game, it's been always one of the fastest cars there, but obviously quite unstable. Like, I've drove it around Nürburgring, and I'm actually racing it tomorrow as well. It's a very, very fast car, but it's you need to give it respect, otherwise it will bite you. Lander's only half a second off now. 0.4, he's getting a bit of a toe off that Honda, but not enough of a toe being the main thing.
Well, it's fair to say he is pushing hard as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely brilliant stuff here now. And even down further in 28 and 27, there is a battle starting to generate there. Not as close as this one yet, but David Bartlett's about 1.3 seconds off. It looks like is it Jardy. So that's going to be a little battle as well. It doesn't have to be always up at the top. Number 69 still doing very well.
Still not halfway through this race either.
It's crazy to think. So when we're kind of finishing up doing the live comms for a few hours, we'll still have half the race to go.
Yes.
Unless you want to stay up all night with me and the two of us just don't have a life then for the rest of the week.
No, you've got a podcast to prepare for.
And a race, and then work. I don't mind doing this though because it's a nice event. And anyway, because we haven't mentioned it in a while, as we all know, this is for Against Cancer. There is a link to PayPal if you want to donate. There's also there is still a few auctions going for some really cool memorabilia, 3D tracks for GT3 Mercedes steering wheel and stuff like that. So don't be afraid to put in a bid, and all the money does go to Against Cancer, which is completely 100% of the funds go to what they do, because all staff are volunteers. So nobody makes a cent off your donation other than the people getting great days out and getting laps around tracks and stuff like that as well. I'm sure you can kind of give that a bit more detail than myself, Chris.
I can, yes. Also need to mention that all the staff here at SSRi are volunteers as well. So all the broadcasters, the commentators are giving their time up for free, as are the live stewards, and certainly, last but not least, the admin team that have rigorously prepared this event. Okay, we had a slight mess up earlier in the race, but that should be forgotten about now, even though I keep bringing it back up.
Every time.
But yeah, a lot of hard work goes into preparing this, as you may or may not be aware. It's not something that we just randomly throw together. But the charity themselves, run completely by volunteers, take the kids out on track days once or twice a year. I can never remember, but certainly hire out places like Zandvoort, and people turn up with their sports cars and take the kids around the track, riding one of the cars, just to momentarily take their mind away from their agonising, crippling disease. Well,
yeah, it's something that's touched everyone.
It is, and there is still a live auction. If you head over to our website, SimSport Racing, SimSport-Racing. I forgot where we live now. Anyway, I'm sure it's in the YouTube, bottom of YouTube somewhere.
Well, the direct link to make a donation as well is just againstcancer.nl/ACTIE dash OVE or ZICTH /. I don't see the other one there though.
You can simsport-racing.com. It's just popped up in the top right, top left-hand corner, I think.
Oh yeah.
Where we've got some auction items still available. There's a voucher for SimLab up for auction currently. A £250 voucher, I think, or €250. Getting them mixed up too as well. Currently, highest bid for that is $220, so it'd be nice to get a bit more for it.
Nice.
Mainly
Are the tracks gone yet? Are they?
The tracks, the 3D printed tracks. It's me that's doing the 3D printed tracks, and it's not the repeat item. So I can print as many as required of them.
Oh, nice.
So the link, the QR code that appears on the stream, you can scan that, and that takes you to the SimSport Racing International PayPal, where the money be collated and then sent, forwarded on to the Against Cancer charity.
And do we have any live update on how much is being raised now?
I'm going to go with no. But,
it was at about 6,500 anyway. The last one we did kind of get a reading on it.
let's see if I can advise if there's been any live donations on the QR code. Bear with me, please, caller.
Yeah, no, but I will continue talking. So Tillander here is coming up behind, it looks like, Cox, who is still ahead, but there is a back marker in the way of Cox, so this might come into Tillander's hands here now as well. We'll see how this goes for them. And then I see, obviously, Prima's having a nice little battle there with back marker. So everywhere you're looking on the track at the minute, whether they're on the same lap or not, there's just racing everywhere. And the rain is officially properly back there now as well. So this is going to make a huge difference to the guys who are on those dry tyres. On lap 259 with 13 hours and 43 minutes left. Hard to believe we're going over 10 hours so far. Absolutely madness. And there's been absolutely epic racing, as always, as you would expect at this level, as we have into the pits there, the swart. So I'm wondering, are they just going to go straight onto the wet tyres as well and just get it done, as Zydek is now coming in as well. So we're starting to see quite a few people coming into the pits. And you know what, it wouldn't be a bad idea to throw them wets on now, because it looks like for at least the next half an hour it's going to be absolutely peeing down. And it looks like that's a plus sign beside the rain in 30 minutes. So it looks like we're going to go into a heavy shower. So this is the time now, guys, need to make that decision. Come in the pits, get on those soft or the wet tyres and go for it. Now, there's not many people really, or there's so many people who've pitted only not too long ago, but at the end of the day, when you're 36 minutes upwards like in first place, you can afford to think, right, I'm just going to go for it now. Take the bit of pain now, but it'll be worth it down the road. It's about time, I think, with that rain. That's all the leaders coming in, so I think everybody understands what's going to be happening ahead of them, which is absolutely brilliant. And it's going to change the race a bit, because someone might feel brave enough to go a bit longer on the dry tyres. Whether it's the right thing or not, who's to know, we'll find out. But it looks like it's getting a bit too wet already. Everyone's coming in. The pits are so active at the minute. The amount of cars just flooding in there at the minute.
No pun intended.
Definitely not.
And it looks like the rain is only going to increase as well in 30 minutes.
I seen that as well. I'd only said it there. I see the plus sign. It's going to be like a tsunami coming in at them. But yeah, the amount of people that have pitted now, I don't know how much more the boys that are out on their dry tyres can go, because that rain is just looking like it's going to get heavier and heavier and heavier, and it could be thrown away a lot of time, and even tyre temp as well now at this stage. Although we're still on 17 degrees on track, which isn't too bad. And then looking here, so we've got Mike and Bruises in the pits. Mike, I didn't realise you even back out on track. My boy Mike, how are you doing, man? Get in there, Mike. Giving him a bit of support, guys. Any close battles on the track, though? Nothing major. Although Tillander and Cox
still
half
at
a
it.
second. Yeah. They're not giving up.
that a back marker they were trying to go around?
Yeah. Just half a second.
Have these guys pitted yet?
No, I don't think so. You wouldn't think it would do either going though. Oh, he went straight off the track there, didn't he? That was the back marker though, was it?
Yeah, did not want to get involved in that, did he? Good spotting.
That's it, that's exactly it.
And the ball
jump into the pits. Oh wow, sideways going into the pits nearly. It's obviously getting quite treacherous out there now. So it's them done and dusted it. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, it looks like in my eyes that the race leader and second spot, I think the race leader is nearly going to be another lap clear soon, which makes mad. Like they've completely lapped
everybody twice.
That's crazy. That is some pace, guys. Honestly.
Yeah, it took them over 10 hours to do it.
Yeah, but still, that's still an amazing feat.
Oh, that fast, have they?
Ah, that's terrible. Lads, quit it there, pull in and get out.
Get out of the way.
But you want to know one of the most impressive things? 35 cars started and they're still going.
13th place. Don't go 30.
Oh, speed in the pit lane.
That's our beloved Ferrari.
If you were their team boss, it wouldn't have happened.
Oh, much worse things would have happened.
Mike Gabernose there in 8th spot as well. He's a very good guy. Is he teammates with Chris Vickers tonight, actually?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Not sure whether Nelson's driving. I'll have to wait to see if it pops up on the bottom.
When I see Mike and Chris in a car, I think they're always going to do well, so it's good to see them up there in 8th spot at the minute.
They're fast, all fast drivers, aren't they?
Yeah.
Nice lads as well.
Absolute gents. And what I like about Mike though, his sister does go and watch the streams as well. Anytime he's been racing, like what I'm doing on Twitch, she's always there supporting. That's what I love seeing is everyone's like, they bring fans along to support them, which is great. And it's great even seeing it on the YouTube chat as well tonight. The mothers of drivers and everyone coming in to speak is great.
Nobody wants to come and talk to us though, do they? Nobody wants to say hello to us live.
I don't know why.
We're not that scary, surely.
Like, I know I'm definitely tick, but I don't know why you don't want to come in and annoy me. But then again, Chris, in fairness, you're a professor. In fairness, everyone might feel a bit less intelligent around you.
No.
I look here now, so that stop go was tough. That's so tough going. That's a minute loss minimum there, about a minute and 5 seconds.
The Honda has been taken over by Sam Spenkelink as well. Another one of our community drivers.
Interesting.
So they appear to gain time in the pits.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2.7 seconds is now the gap.
As the Ferrari goes in for its stop go. Never easy when it happens.
The thing is, they've only just changed drivers as well, haven't they? So
yeah,
that was that driver's first. Now he's either inherited that because the incoming driver's gone too fast and missed the pit limiter, or he's jumped off the pit limiter too early.
Oh, that's so tough. Oh, you definitely know all about jumping off the pit limiter too early. I forgot when you go into second gear, it knocks it off altogether.
Yeah, I forgot that the other week as well. I was only practicing.
Ah.
Couldn't get my head around why it wasn't slowing down.
Yeah, looking at the minute now, it's kind of stabilised out again after the pits, hasn't it?
It has, but Spanklin's increasing that that gap to Tillander.
Yeah.
Now up to 3.6 seconds.
It's actually about 4 and a bit, well, it was 4 and a bit seconds, but it's after dropping down. I'm looking at a live one, so it looks like it's about 5 seconds when it's calmed down a bit. We'll have to wait till it goes by the delta, but it looks like it's about 5 and a bit seconds. .9.
It's not 5 and a bit then. Just saying.
Okay, Professor, being very technical about it there.
Oh, we've got a driver in the wants to come and talk to us. And this is Jonas Hackler from the Team RNE.
Nice one.
Good afternoon, Jonas.
Afternoon or night or what do you want to call it? It's 12:30 right now at my house.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Easter.
That's my favourite holiday.
You sound knackered.
Me? Nah. I've just been napping all evening.
For you. Well for you.
Have you just come out of the car?
Yeah, a short while ago. Yeah, we had a disconnect, so I unfortunately had to do a stint all of a sudden.
Oh, that was annoying. And how are you feeling? How are you finding the track out there? Well, you obviously weren't driving in the wet then, were you?
No, I was. I've so far been only driving in dry or in the wet with dry tires. That's how we started off the race on dry tires, which seemed to be the way to go actually there at the start. I mean, it was what was 10 or 15 minutes that you had to put up with. Well, not heavy rain even. It was still very drivable with the dry tires. It was just a bit slower than the wets, of course. But it saved us a pit stop there at least, and we had that going for us. But unfortunately, at one point we had some accidents going on because the youngest driver in our team, unfortunately, on a pit stop when we were swapping. Accidentally disconnected the the pit limiter in the pit lane. So we gotta is it drive through or stop go 30? I don't remember. Stop go 30 I believe it was. So when he was in the pit lane we swapped the drivers, and then the next driver going in to do the stop go 30 sped again. By accidentally putting it in second gear in the pit lane.
Oh no.
So we got 2 stop go 30s immediately there after each other, which dropped us quite far down the order to around P20, 23, 24 area. And
wow.
Then not too long after that, the guy in the car had a drop of connection, and we ended up in the pit lane again and had to wait there for a while, so we lost quite a few places again, so that put us somewhere in P32 when I got back out. So we've been going very fast downwards in the last 3 hours.
Yeah, but that could change in the next 13. There's still 13 and a half hours to go.
Yeah, absolutely, and me and Ben are going to power through the night now and do what we can to get as high as possible.
You're back up to 24th.
Yeah, we have that going for us for now at least. We are in P24 now, and Ben just fitted the wet tires as well, so he's good to go for another hour if it keeps raining. So yeah, we're slowly inching our way forwards into the top 20s hopefully, and we just gotta do a stint at the time really. See where it goes.
In 10 minutes time the rain's going to get heavier again than what we're seeing at the minute, and then in 30 minutes time it's going to reduce a little bit but still going to be quite heavy, so I reckon there's a minimum an hour I'd say of heavy rain by the looks of it then.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a refreshing change of pace. I feel like we've been swapping between dry and rain most of the race now, quite often. So the stints have been quite irregular, you know. So we've been changing drivers if they've had a longer stint in the rain, or if it's been a shorter than someone double stints. But yeah. Me and Ben have now assumed control of the night driving, and we'll keep going for quite a while now.
Nice. No wonder you've got all the laps in. So, look, I think the toughest part now is for the likes of yourself and your teammate now doing the night shift, because that's, I find, no matter how good any of us are with the normal routines most of us have during the day, I think that's going to be the most challenging drives, and especially with less people to talk to you in the team. So at least if you've two E's there, you have that little bit of support.
Yeah, hopefully we keep ourselves. So we are trying to keep ourselves entertained at least whilst driving. I mean, there's at least the two of us. We have Robin as well in the voice chat there, giving us advice and talking. Yeah, that I forgot to add that when he disconnected, he actually also reconnected himself. So he's sort of out of the race right now. So we're only racing with 3 people to the end now. Since that's unfortunate. Yeah, but.
Well, it's tough on yourselves, but I'm sure you can all do an extra stint to that if needed.
Yeah, I mean he's driven. How long did he drive? I think he's done like 3 stints already. So I think he's done enough for our drive times to be enough to get to the end at least. So it's not the biggest of catastrophes, but it's obviously one less driver to take some drive time off us others. So it's unfortunate, but I believe. Yeah, I believe, unless there's a server restart, we're not getting him back for the rest of the race.
Awesome. Just looking there on the track though at the minute, guys. Nobody seems to be struggling too bad, because all the gaps as well, in between, they look like they're doing all right. Although Tillander has run a bit wide through 130 over, but other than that, there's not been much happening. I think this is the stage of the race, I think, where everyone's just going to drive cautious and not overdrive with the rain coming down heavier and heavier.
Yeah, I mean, the track is changing. It's getting, well, this is a naturally slippy track from before, even when it's dry. In the wet, of course, you gotta be very careful. We haven't really had any heavy rain this race so far. I mean, I guess it's rained a bit heavily for like 5 minutes at some point, but the track hasn't been, like a swimming pool yet at all. So we'll see if any puddles start forming and making things more difficult. But one thing I've noticed that whenever it stopped raining, it got dry quite quickly, and when it started raining, it got wet very quickly. So the transition period has not been very long at all.
I've noticed that as well. It's been fairly quick to dry up, looking at the graphics as well. But I think this time around, I think you're going to get quite a bit heavier rain, because that's the first time we've seen the plus beside a cloud with heavy rain. So
yeah, this time it looks like it, and let's just. I'm hoping that Ben just keeps it out of the walls.
Absolutely. And then ideally for yourself then, what is your projected, what would you be happy with? Where would you like to be finishing? Like, what position would you say, do you know what, all in all, with the disconnect and everything else, that's not a bad result and you'd be happy with it?
With everything that's happened, if we get the top 15, I'll be very happy.
Brilliant. It's definitely doable as well.
I think it's doable. I mean, we're not even at the halfway point of the race yet. Anything can really happen, but if we just look at it in a sort of perspective that no one would have any issues or anything, that we're just going pace-wise and trying to catch people, I believe top 15 is still possible before the race is over. But if we want to be higher than that, then we're gonna hope for some. We're gonna have to hope for some misfortune for others.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, sure, look, that's racing to prevail. Sometimes it does take the misfortune of others, but you've had your misfortune already, and hopefully you won't get too much more of it now.
Yep, I'm having my fingers and toes crossed.
Absolutely. Well, if you ask Professor or Chris there what to do, I'm sure he'll give you the right strategy now.
Meeting a picnic.
Do you have a master strategy for us?
Eat a picnic.
Have a picnic. That's what I'm having.
I mean, I just had some food like half an hour ago. So I believe.
The safest strategy you can do, Jonas, in all honesty, is what you've already worked out. Don't rely on me because I'm crap at it.
Okay, if you say so, but I would, if you would give me a strategy, I would follow it blindly. I'm just saying.
Okay, 1-1 wings and positive camber everywhere.
I mean, if I was in the Ferrari, I would probably do that. I would probably do that in that case.
What else could you do? What's really good in the rain is the highest pressures you can possibly put in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, technically, high pressures are better in the rain.
Especially with 16 degrees track temperature as well.
It's been getting colder. I wonder how cold it's gonna get during the night. It's only 11:44 in game.
I think someone said it goes as low as like 13 degrees.
I thought it was around about 9.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I'd love to see it go to like -2.
It's practically snow tire weather almost.
We'll find out, won't we? A few hours.
Oh, you definitely won't. I'll be asleep till at least 9 o'clock.
Indeed, yeah. You see, it's gonna be a long night, but yeah, nothing important to do tomorrow anyway.
Well, there is. Win this race. That's your plan.
Well,
drive
yeah.
through there for young boys. Drive through for young for track limits. That is tough going, and it's actually so noticeable now. You're seeing people and the fatigue maybe with drivers carrying 1 or 2 track limits. This is now when you're going to see an awful lot of drive-throughs.
This is something we actually have been managing to avoid quite well this race. I believe we had one warning at some point, but that got removed with the disconnect, I think. At least to my understanding. But since we haven't had any warnings since, except that one that Ben got us because he's an overdriving pleb.
Well, that has to be done. I haven't heard the word pleb in so long.
Oh, I just giggled to myself listening to hearing that.
Pleb.
It's a great word. It should come back, I think.
Definitely, you're bringing it back, yeah.
It's a good soft insult, you know. It's not too outrageous.
Well, I don't know. Some English people do get really offended with that.
Really?
Well,
Yeah, do you not remember a few years back an MP called a policeman a pleb?
No.
oh dear.
Yeah, they all kicked off.
You know.
People are too soft.
Yeah, I think we have quite the many things that people get offended for these days.
People get offended for the sake of being offended.
Yeah, on behalf of others as well.
Yeah, well, I'm actually offended that you actually said that right now.
Oh dearie me.
How dare you?
I'm just outrageous.
You are crazy.
Sometimes.
You are cray. And you know what's really weird as well, Chris, I've not heard anyone eating a picnic in years.
Have you not?
No, it seems to be like the one chocolate bar that doesn't really get mentioned anywhere. You never hear someone, I'm going to buy a picnic.
So are you outside somewhere in a park on a blanket right now?
No, a picnic is a chocolate bar.
Ah, I see. Okay, well, I'm not from the UK, so I wouldn't know.
No, it's fair enough. Same as plug here in the hope that Cadbury's are listening.
Yeah.
And they're
Actually,
giving you a lifetime supply of them.
The best thing about Cadbury is the Irish dairy milk is way better than anywhere else in the world.
Okay, you say so.
I actually was in the UK last summer. Many weird things there.
Yeah, you can say that again. Also. Oh, we've got Simon Bauer in waiting for the shed as well. Should we bring Simon in?
Throw him in as well. We'll all have the crack.
Good evening, Simon.
Don't be shy, Simon.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I had the stream running in the background, and I wasn't sure if that was coming from the screen. The stream.
Look at that guy, sorry. €6,721 raise so far. Well done to everyone.
Beautiful. Hell yeah.
Oof. Hey Simon, it's been a while. I haven't seen you around in a bit.
Yeah, that's true. How's it going tonight?
Well, it's gonna be going better for us. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Let's just leave it at that for now.
What's the trouble?
We've had some unfortunate stop-goes and disconnects as well. So yeah, we've gone very fast downwards on the list the last 3 hours.
Ah, okay. Yeah, P25, is that you?
24 actually.
Oh, 24, okay. I
How
apologize.
could you say that?
Outrageous, we're not that slow.
You're after offending him now. This is just getting out of hand.
Aw. I gotcha. But
So Simon, how's the race been going for you? It looks like you've been having fun out there.
we have been having fun for sure. I've been having a lot of fun. The race has been going all right. I think we all can be pretty happy with our performance, but we've just been riddled with bugs. But that's kudos being kudos. It just feels like they've added more and more bugs as time goes on. So I think Reese was in here earlier today, telling you about our pit limiter bug. That's probably happened to a few cars, it seems.
Yeah.
We've gotten a fucking bugged drive penalty, truck limit penalty, drive-through. Oh, that's not again a dead Honda.
Yeah.
I need some good Honda representation. That's not... I know the Honda is hard to drive, but don't show it to him.
What's he doing? I think he's struggling with just even getting it driving.
Rejoining safely. That's...
Nah. Just send it.
Right.
No, you shouldn't really. That's not the right thing to do.
But yeah, Clyde right now in the car is having bugs as well. He's having weird force feedback, and his steering lock is completely weird. So he's having to turn more than he usually does.
Wow.
So he's basically had to relearn how to do the track right now. And considering that, he's doing an amazing job.
Yeah, but he's not too far off Robin either.
Yeah, he was trying to follow them, just to follow their pace. I think he probably could be up there with them in terms of pace, but he's a bit on the back foot in terms of his steering wheel right now. I have no idea what's causing that, but that is tough.
Let me have a look. So Clat is doing... He's 2 seconds faster than Robin Moe the last lap. He done a 2 minute 13.7.
Yeah. We're catching the 13 for sure, but we're trying to keep up with the P1 car.
Ah, yeah. The P1 car, nobody's going to catch, I don't think.
Yeah, no. That's... right now, that's not really our question, but we're trying to get back into P3, and I think we shouldn't be too far off then.
I don't think you're too far off at all.
Yep. Yeah, we've had, now that it's gone dark, now that the temperatures have gone down, our setup and our car have really come into their own. It's so much more fun. During the day, we definitely had to struggle with some overheating tires, and because of that, tire wear was absolutely atrocious. But I've just done my first darkness stint, and it was you could say it was a night and day difference. It was great fun. I had probably like 20 minutes of free open track in front of me, and I was doing 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0. It was great fun. We also had back markers being special. Honestly,
I've seen that.
Back markers were atrocious. We were punted off. People were braking in the middle of the track in front of us. People were defending against us like their life depended on it. There were also really, really nice and friendly people letting us through. Honestly, probably more friendly than they should have been. But honestly, now that it's gone dark, I think a lot of people just don't want to let anyone through. Honestly, sometimes it got a bit ridiculous, but it added to the fun. I didn't have a bad time. I had a really good time.
I think that's down to different levels of experience, possibly.
Yeah, for sure.
All in all, though, in fairness, there's still the whole 35 cars going, guys, which is a phenomenal achievement in an endurance race. And we're nearly finishing up on nearly 11 hours going.
Yeah, getting relatively close to halfway. It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
Weirdly enough, even for me doing comms, it doesn't, but I know it's been quite a long time.
Yeah, for sure. My stint felt super long. I mean, I did a double stint plus a 10 minutes little thing. We were pretty unlucky with our pit stop timing for this rain stint right now, because I had to come in. My driver stint was ending 10 minutes before the rain started, so I had to do a little splash and dash.
Yeah, we had the same as well.
Yeah, we were able to keep P4, and now I think in due time, unless things go wrong again, we'll see. In due time, we should be back up into P3, and I think we would be happy with that.
Yeah, I think you're doing a great job, although Clyde, he's now 21.5 seconds off third spot, so he's after losing a bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, considering what he's having to deal with this wheel, I'm really impressed by him.
But yeah, he's still lapping faster, though.
Yeah, he is definitely the fastest in our team.
Okay.
Like, I'm proud of my pace. I'm usually not a BMW driver, and I'm not a fan of it. But I'm getting used to it, and I'm honestly really proud of my pace, but Clyde is still comfortably faster.
Oh, the Ferrari's gone off.
So the Porsche.
Yeah, it's the Ferrari. No. We've just decided to call it the Ferrari now because Chris convinced me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, identity crisis car.
Yeah.
I mean, it has a Ferrari badge on it. Must be a Ferrari.
Has to be.
That's sacrilege.
It definitely is something.
Don't worry, James. I can read the chats. And I'm doing my best, but I can't do magic.
So, how are you guys gonna get through the night then? Just put some matches to hold your eyes open?
Yeah, here, fortunately, we have an American driver who's getting most of the bad stints.
Ooh, that's hacking, in my opinion.
Right. No, normally I would be... we're completely off schedule, essentially. Normally, I would be starting my double night stint right now and would be done at like 2 a.m. But we've kind of had to switch things around because one of our drivers wasn't feeling too well, so I had to do the start, and then basically all things shifted. So yeah, Clyde's doing a double stint in the car right now. Then Reese is doing a double stint at some point in the night. It's gonna be up very, very late, but most of the night stint is going to Tim, our American driver. And then I'll have to be up early in the morning to do a double stint again.
Lovely. And who's the American driver?
Timothy Flamger. Or Flamger.
Nice. Fair play. It's always smart having someone from a different time zone for the later stints.
Absolutely, and he's an amazing driver as well. And I gotta thank him again. I gotta thank him publicly right here, because he has gifted me a wheelbase and a wheel.
No way.
It's hard to believe, I know. I was driving on a G29 as of 2 weeks ago, and he has upgraded his wheelbase and has given me just for free his old CSL Elite wheelbase and his Formula V2 wheel.
Wow, that is what you call a gent.
Absolutely. We had to do some trickery to get it sent to Germany.
I can only imagine
without making it cost an absolute fortune. We went through the Air Force, funnily enough.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, a good friend of mine is in the Air Force and is stationed in Germany.
Okay.
So you can send stuff to his American PO box and it's going to be transferred for free to Germany.
No way.
So cheat codes.
That is amazing.
Yep. But I'm so happy with the wheel. I mean, this is my second race with the wheel. I was expecting to take a bit of time to get used to it, but by this point, I honestly feel super happy with it. I probably was better than I would have been on the G29 on that stint just then.
Wow.
So it didn't take me a long time to get used to it, and I'm just super happy to have it. It feels super good.
It's a very good wheel. I've been using the same.
Absolutely. It's honestly, it's a completely different world. And don't worry, I'm gonna be sending him a thanks gift package. It's not like I'm just taking his wheel and thank you.
I think it's such a nice thing because that's what I love about sim racing, the communities, because people, as I think myself and Chris were only saying earlier on, you mightn't really know people face to face, but yet there's that genuine bond and genuine friendship. So even hearing something like that, It's such a nice thing, man. It's just such a nice thing. I like kindness. I like kindness. It's nice.
You have one guy sitting in Germany, you have one guy sitting in New York, and they know each other well enough and like each other well enough that one of them is gonna give the other his old wheel. And I'm definitely gonna make sure to pay the favor forward one day.
Good,
That's where it really shows that you only need to have a personality, nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it helps that he has a bit of talent in the car as well for the team.
For sure. For sure. He did a fantastic double stint just before me.
You need to send him some German beer.
Yeah, I will. Honestly, I will.
That's exactly
It's part of the thank you package.
All you need is a good bottle of strong German beer, and that makes everything better.
I'm gonna have to wait another 13 hours before I indulge, but I'm looking forward to it.
Just to be sure.
Yeah, well, you never know when you have to be called back into the car.
True. That is very true. Oh, as that rejoin, it looked like it was going to be dodgy, but it looked alright. It looked fair enough. I'd say a bit of poo came out there when you seen the car rejoining.
Yeah, but that's what happened every 3 laps earlier, so we're used to it at this point.
That's the leader, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, that's the leader.
Oh well, that explains something.
Crazy.
How did that happen to them?
They're on a different level tonight, those guys out in the lead, though, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. We were hoping to be able to catch up or keep up with them for a bit, but even without our problems, I think the pace difference would have been just a little too noticeable.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, to be fair.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Yeah, and they have been 100% clean so far.
Yeah.
It's not just. I mean, in terms of pace, I think if we're having a really good stint, we can match them. On my stint just then, on my double stint, I was quite a bit faster than them, but that's because I have a slight tire advantage. But well, they haven't run into any trouble, and they haven't moved themselves into any trouble, and that's the most important part in 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. You need a little bit of luck, but you need the talent as well to pick your battles and pick where to go for it.
You have to force your own luck sometimes.
Absolutely, but then again, when you're out in front, it's kind of hard not to have to look, because people will move out of the way of the leader, in fairness.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what I'm missing a little bit. I think people have a lot more respect of the P1 car than the P4 car when moving out of the way.
Yeah. But I had to be fair, though, in the dark, though, it's probably very hard for them to know what it is unless they have a spotter there saying, right, this is whoever coming behind, let them through.
Yeah, I mean, in the dark, a lot of people are just in survival mode anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
For us, we're luckily in push mode basically in the dark, because this is what our setup is good for. These
Brilliant.
temperatures are really, really, working for our car. Right now in the rain, it's all right. It's not bad in the rain, but in the dry, I think I was having a much better time.
And to be fair, though, it's still quite warm, though, for now what it is looked like there past 12 o'clock in the game time.
Oh.
Like 16 degrees as he goes off.
Go slightly wide, then Degner too.
I think that's Smith behind, and he's a lap behind you, so nothing too much to worry about there.
Yeah, just catching the gravel and the grass a little bit happened to me too.
These things happen. And even if the Porsche does kind of start attacking, he can let the Porsche through and just do his own race and not worry too much. I think that's nice having that bit of advantage, though, where you don't really have to fight anyone behind if you just want to focus on your own race.
Yeah, sure.
You don't need to lose time, just let them by and just continue on. Which is always quite handy.
30 minutes time, the rain stops by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, it's going to be just about a complete rain stint probably. And then, fingers crossed, we'll get more than an hour of dry track, because I don't think we've gotten more than an hour of continuous dry weather so far.
Yeah,
I think we nearly had 2 hours. I think it was nearly
Really?
2 hours. Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't get those 2 hours.
I think.
I must have been sleeping probably.
I think I was dreaming looking at it. I'm probably wrong, but I'm fairly sure it was about 2 hours nearly of dry weather. Because before that, I was like, rain for 40 minutes, then it'd like go dry for 40 minutes, and yeah, it was crazy at the start of the race. The weather was probably a bit too variable.
But I mean, this is pretty fun. I've done 2 24-hour races in my life, and both of them I think only had like 1 rain shower in the whole 24 hours. So
It's definitely making up for it.
Yeah, this is more rain than I've needed in the last 2 races, but I think
Yeah, but-
it's making it a little more exciting. It's throwing another spanner in the works, so another variable into it.
Yeah,
so
I believe
you can't really expect or you can't really plan your stints that well, or your pit stops. I mean, we had a proper stint planner planned out beforehand, but I mean, the rain just completely throws that down the hatch. And then you've just gotta improvise. But that also gives you a bit of an advantage if something has happened and you've gone out of pit sequence. Then at some point the rain is gonna force everyone back into pit sequence.
Yeah,
But I
I believe
think-
last year I don't think I mean in that Spa 24 hour a year ago there was no rain whatsoever. I'm pretty sure.
At Spa, okay. Oh, that's surprising.
Yeah.
All right, I think it's time I get back to my team.
Yeah, I shall do the same
So-
as well. I'll thank you guys for your time. I'll
All right.
maybe be back
Thanks very
later.
much, guys.
Good luck to
Pleasure
you.
speaking about you.
Good luck to you too.
Thanks for coming joining us and taking some pressure off us.
Gladly.
No problem.
It's been a pleasure.
See you later.
Take care.
guys.
Yep,
Yeah.
have a good night. See ya.
Bye-bye.
And that's great. Always getting other teams' input into what's happening in the race and kind of where they are at the minute and their plans for the next few stints. Always nice to hear that. For us, we're into nearly the last hour of streaming commentary before the streams go commentary-less for about 7 hours.
That's a word that's never been said before. Commentary-less.
There we go. Well, look, I invent words. That's now copyrighted to Horsebox streams, and I'll let SimSport Racing be part of that copyright as well.
That's good of you.
Oh, look, you know, you're doing charity, I'll do charity. I think it's all fair.
We're just going to have to call you Professor as well. Because you're making
I'm not posh enough for that.
Gosh.
You can call me Bin Man.
No, I refuse to call you Bin Man.
Why? I'm a working man.
And so am I.
What do you do in real life? I might as well get to know you while I'm talking to you on stream as well.
That's fair enough. I'm a project manager.
Nice one. Nice one. And what kind of projects is it? I don't know how much you can talk about your role or anything like that, but
So I sort of manage from receipt of a purchase order to delivery of aircraft engine components.
nice. That's actually an interesting job then. Because at least you're dealing with like different suppliers and stuff like that then as well in the background.
Yes, yeah, different suppliers, different materials, different manufacturing routes.
Nice one. So
Enjoyable.
So obviously then being an engine supplier you deal then with Airbus as well as obviously Boeing as well as obviously smaller companies, and if that's the case, if you're doing like, general
No. We our predominant supplier is Rolls-Royce.
Okay.
Aero engines. So can
And
be.
who do Rolls-Royce supply them with them? Is that not both of them or they only do one?
Yeah. They do both Boeing and Airbus, depending on what aircraft the and what spec of engine is being built. So.
That's actually a really cool one.
And yourself, what do you do?
So I work with Zurich Life, so it's like a pensions and investments. I do like service admin. I'm doing actually an exam now in January for life assurance just to become like a qualified financial advisor. But I just enjoy doing what I'm doing. It's very interesting seeing especially people's development kind of, or when they do an investment, to see how much they make on it as well. I'm very nosy that way, so it's good to see kind of the funds that are doing well as well. So at least for yourself then you kind of have that inside information to put your own money where it's going to actually make a few pound.
Yeah, I suppose following other people's leads.
Well, we see the funds first hand, so we know what ones are and aren't doing well or stuff like that, so it's quite interesting. And the role in general, to understand what you know, the underwriting process and seeing obviously what is and isn't covered, and even just the kinds of I was looking at like really old policies. I obviously won't go into too much detail on them, but like some of the old policies from like the 70s and 80s were dog shit, and there's poor people still paying them now and all, which is ridiculous. But there's nothing you can do about them.
No, I suppose people are signed up to them, aren't they? And
That was a different time, yeah. Different rules and regulations.
Yeah.
Well, no, look, it's an interesting job, and do you know what? It's actually a very good company that I work for. I can't stress enough how good they are. In fairness, and like they really look after their employees with a good pension and good benefits and stuff like that. So,
nice job satisfaction is always a nice thing to have.
yeah, it's the fact that I get to work from home like 3 days a week as well. So it's quite handy that I'm not travelling as much now or anything. That's for me is the biggest thing. The time that you gain from not being stuck in a car and traffic.
Yeah. Up out of bed straight to work.
Well, sometimes that's annoying as well, being in the office, but you know what? I choose it all day long because at least at 5 o'clock you can literally just shut off and you can do whatever you want to do. So for me, that's why it's handy midweek doing a podcast on a Wednesday as well as a Sunday. It's so handy that I can literally just get me a few hours to like, kind of get up and ready for that. But yeah, look, it's handy, and that's why I love doing that like that, because I love hearing different people's backgrounds and that. So the fact that you're doing a project manager, was it something you always wanted to do, or was it something you fell into?
I actually wanted to be an electrician when I was at school.
Oh.
But then I took a trade with a large organisation that I was a turner, so a machine operator.
Okay.
But I went to college and then eventually university as well. So
Nice.
I got a degree in engineering, and then slowly worked myself up the ladder to where I am today. So
It goes to show hard work pays off.
it does, and you know, each time it's been more and more rewarding. So actually, I do enjoy my job. There's certain days you have bad days.
And that's that. No,
Everybody has that in life.
Yeah.
So good days outweigh the bad.
Absolutely, and the fact then, as you were saying as well, you're getting job satisfaction because obviously you're progressing through your company, so at least every role is different with different challenges, so you're not being stuck with the same challenge for 10 years and get bored. Like,
Well, to be fair, I have been stuck with this role for over 10 years, but I'm not bored of it.
Well, see, the role you're in is an evolving role because everything's changing all the time, so it's not like you're doing the same thing the whole time, dealing with the same parts, and obviously you know, everything's moving forward, so
yeah.
It's not the kind of role that stays stale. It's not like sitting there and like, you know,
You're not doing the same thing day in, day out.
yeah, exactly. It's not like standing in a shop. Not that there's nothing wrong with it. I used to manage shops years ago and that, but working in retail is probably the most mundane job you'll ever do because it's literally the same thing all the time. And that's from experience. As I say, I used to manage shops, so I know how mundane it can be because it's so repetitive. I think that's what we're trying to say, is that it's very repetitive. But it's what you're doing because you're with new challenges all the time. It's a very, very good thing. Because I do find if people are stuck in the same role, doing the same thing over and over, you know, it's complacent. The word, it probably would be the word I'd use, you get very complacent. And I know when I was managing shops and retail, I got very complacent and got very lazy because I wasn't being challenged properly.
Yeah, some people enjoy that though. Some people are quite happy to be set in their ways, so to speak.
True. Yeah, I suppose that's what makes the world go around. No, you're right.
It does.
Just because I find it mundane doesn't mean that it is mundane for someone else. You're dead right.
Right.
But that's the joys of the world. We're all so different, and that's why I love hearing everyone's stories, because it's different backgrounds, different choices in life and stuff like that. It's all very interesting anyway.
Under 13 hours now.
That is absolutely crazy. And looking at the gaps, Beato and Pradrimo 2.8 seconds off, Darryl Young 3.3 seconds off, Fairman, but Johansson is 0.1 second off here, as you can see on the stream, is literally pushing that McLaren along of Mordenti.
Still wet. Due to start drying in 10 minutes time.
I'd say with the rain that's been, I'd say it's realistically going to be at least 20 minutes before, or more before we see a dry track.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's been quite heavy there, isn't it?
Squirrely through the Degners. The Aston got the power to get past McLaren out of the hairpin. McLaren actually pulls away slightly, doesn't it?
But McLaren definitely, with the mid-engine, I think just has a much better drive. The thing about the McLaren, I just think it's a very, very good car in this section, but then it's in the first section then that it loses out with the slower corners.
The twisty bits.
Yeah. Like the fast twisty bits, the McLaren will fly all day. Has obviously amazing aero.
Us talking about race. And look at us talking about racing.
I know, yeah, after we talking about crap. Well, I think that's the reason. That's gonna be that's.
Oh,
I think he avoided any contact there. Yeah, that was a day late and $1 short. That was.
Really having to turn one.
Going for it. It's definitely a lot faster top end that Aston. Flies through, yeah. Oh, he's got off the track though. And the McLaren. I tell you, if the Aston Martin got through there, it would have flew away, because in this bit the Aston Martin is definitely faster.
What's that car behind? That's is that the Snack and Sons?
It looks like it, yeah.
Thanks, Tom. Quite often forget Tom's still here, you know.
I actually did forget it there until you said it. I'm not going to lie. Sorry, Tom.
Sorry, what you say, Tom?
Poor Tom has to listen to us talking absolute shite.
Yes, he says he's not sleeping yet. He doesn't say he's got the mic. He can hear us. Oh,
that's true. That's true.
I'm sure he's got the opportunity to switch us off.
He'd never do that to us.
Spinning again. We go for another dive bomb into the chicane. $77 runs a bit wide there. Covers off the dive bomb though.
A good job, to be fair.
Got a better exit this time.
Just really enjoying this race and forgetting to even talk.
But getting closer.
No, but I'm looking at the cars behind as well, the Lambo and that M4 getting very close.
So the M4 behind the Lambo is not for a position anyway.
Still having a great little dice. This is so close now. So Chris Johansson's about 0.3 of a second off Mordini now as well, for 28th and 27th.
Tom, can you do picture in picture, please?
It's okay, it's okay.
Alright.
We're on here with Janssen, 0.2 of a second off, and runs wide.
Both run wide. And lets the Lambo through.
Yeah, they're really struggling for grip out there now. But the rain's eased up quite a bit.
It's not as much rain on. I said that the edge in the rain.
Yeah. He's pushing that beamer along. Fearman's sticking to the pressure quite well.
Does the beam look like it's carrying damage at the front end though?
I thought I could see that there. The bonnet does look a little bit raised, but it could be just the lighting. Although looking at the other beamer, there's no gap with the bonnet, but there is on that other one. I think he touched the back of that beamer at one of the corners, didn't he?
Quite possibly, but it did look very close.
Yeah. Interesting to see then. It looks like there's minor damage, but look. Yeah, there is. It's clear as day there in the lighter.
Beamer against beamer.
That's it. When you get the same manufacturer in front of you, it's easy catching up, but it's getting by then is nearly nigh on impossible.
If anything, the Imminent actually pulled out slightly on her going down the main straight.
But obviously both have their strong sectors as well. Every driver does find different sectors of the track very better flowing or easy flowing.
Yeah. Certainly got to get into the rhythm for these S's.
Absolutely, they're doing a great job now. It's still at 0.2 of a second, which is crazy. They're definitely the closest race on the track. 284 laps.
I've seen 283 laps ago that we started.
It's crazy. And then in last place, 263 laps, so 11 laps behind, or 21 laps behind, sorry.
Just about to disconnect at some stage.
I don't have to have something like that, yeah. Then 272 to lap 34. Well, the first and second though have been in league of their own so far. Like they're both, even though first place has lapped everyone literally, second place has lapped everyone other obviously than first place, which is mad to see as well. So it's great pace from both teams and consistent pace. 0.7 of a second now. I don't think it looks like he's struggling now to get Antonin to get the flow or get the job done, and maybe that damage is playing a part in that.
I think he's letting himself down on the way up to the 130. He's pulling out. He's pulling out to the side of the track rather than sticking under his rear wing.
Okay.
And he seems to lose out. So yeah, that'll be down to the aerodynamics, which will be affected by that damage.
It's quite minimal damage, but you'd be surprised the difference it does make. Although he's super close here. Not close enough though. Getting close.
Imminent does cover off the braking point into the hairpin though very, very well each lap.
Driving like a tramp, yeah.
Coming up to Spoon now. Run a bit wide there. See if he stays behind him this time.
Just looking at the gap, like it's down to 0.3 or 0.4 of a second, but ahead of them, Alexander Delors is 0.3 of a second off Melis as well. So there's quite a bit of close racing starting to develop again. It seems to be developing quite nicely, if we are honest.
And the track's gone to damp now as well.
And the track has gone back up to 17 degrees, so it's actually getting warmer again, even though it's later. That's you, Chris. I can't ever say that I'm hot. And it's weird calling another man hot, but, you know...
Oh, there we go.
Not necessarily. He's going to have the inside line for the next corner.
It's his position, so... Oh, nice. Keep it nice and clean, boys. Beautiful.
This is great. And this is where he's losing out a bit of time now. And that's great placement by Darryl Young then to block off any other move then. He's held the inside line.
Now the chasee becomes the chaser.
Absolutely.
And that didn't go well out to the second Degner. Yeah, braked himself there.
Let's see what else is going on out there. If we can move up to a car in 20th position there, a little bit closer. There's only 0.8 of a second, 0.5, 0.4 of a second now. They're getting very close here to this.
It was Bass catching Delors, or was it the other way around?
It's Mass catching Delors.
Right. Go on, Bass, you can do this. We're right behind you.
At this stage of the race, he's definitely running a lot faster. He's flying out there at the minute.
It's Aston against Lexus, isn't it, as well? So Lexus is nice in the rain.
It's the Lexus home race.
It is.
Doing a great job though. You have to imagine just how tired these drivers are getting. Definitely a hard thing to keep the concentration going.
Well, I suppose when were you on with Bass earlier?
Possibly.
Okay, so you might be surprised to hear that Bass actually has a disability.
Oh really?
He races with one arm.
No way.
Wait. We also have another community member that races with one arm as well. Who's there we go. As Alex jumps into the pits. Shoka Vervat.
That's off to them boys.
Team THRC. R73, I think they are.
Way. That's unbelievable. Like,
so he has his, the steering wheel, and Bass is a massive steering wheel collector.
oh really?
He has loads of them, yeah. All custom made.
Nice. So would he run manual gears then as well?
He has the that uses the shifter sorry, the paddle shifts, but he has them on one side of the wheel.
That's phenomenal. I'm loving that. That's amazing. That is. That to be honest with you, that's a bigger feat than anyone down ahead, because to be able to do it with one arm.
I'm sure he doesn't mind me telling you that.
Well, hopefully he doesn't. And to be honest with you, it's my admiration for him has grown massively.
That's his mum in chat saying yes, he has a great collection.
Nice. But maybe he can share that in the Discord as well. I wouldn't mind having a look. I'm a big nerd about people's like tech, so when someone shows me their PC builder and I thought I'm in love.
There's a big gaggle of cars, isn't it?
Actually, it's huge there at the minute.
We're all just on this side of the track. Oh.
Although you've got Johansson now, who is very, very close to the back of Mordini again. 0.3 of a second off. This is just, yeah, everyone's getting... How is everyone on the one part of the track? That's at least 12 cars there.
It's like SK Electric, innit? All the power must have gone to that side.
That's crazy. And it's so easy to follow someone and make a mistake here.
Too easy. It's too easy to do that.
What I found in this game, it's so easy to follow someone if they take a wide line and go off the track. It's so easy for you to follow them off the track. Do you know when you're racing them?
Yeah. Just behind that, within that gaggle was Team Abbey Racing as well.
Gee, then look at this here. Looks like McConnell's getting the job done on...
Oh yeah.
And he's got it done massively.
On West Cam.
Wow.
That's Jonas' teammate. He said he was bedding in for the night.
Oh yeah. Well, that's good for him if he's bedding in for the night with him, because that looks like it's going to be a strong team, and they're only going to go upwards. Bearman is only a second off Young as well. And up in 8th place, Mike Bruzna. I keep getting his name wrong. Ambrose.
Abranoza.
Abranoza, I know I'm brutal with names. He's about 2 and a bit seconds off Doma for 7th place. So I think that's going to develop as well. Quite nicely. Now looking at the stints actually, yeah, it's around pit stop for everyone, although they might go up to about 1:10 or so because of the rain, obviously less fuel and less tyre wear.
Yeah, well they've got to pit at 70 minutes maximum anyway.
Oh, okay.
There is a stint time counter that they've got. And what do they go on? What tyres do they go on? Because the track's still damp.
At this stage I go on hards. Or sorry, hards on slicks.
I haven't got much choice.
Not
The slicks are wet.
You know what I meant.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I did.
But fair play to these, because I'm telling you one thing, it cannot be easy doing these stints for this long now. Nearly 11 and a half hours going so far. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Tom. Are you going to be leaving this stream in this chat all night as well? Ah, that's grand, because I'm emulating this stream obviously on my stream on Twitch, so I'll just stay in this chat then all night as well. Obviously I won't be here talking, but...
That because we commentate to us.
Yeah, that's grand. I just have my own stream obviously on the auto camera now at this stage, so it's just doing its own thing.
So it's not So Tom, this is on auto broadcast then, or it will be.
Yeah, so it will be an auto broadcast in 12.
Yeah.
Unless Tom wants to stay going all night.
No, Tom needs his sleep.
Definitely. And fair play to you. There's a man that's in the background that's probably no one's not even noticed that he's here, and sometimes we even forget how we're talking. With Tom, fair play to you, because that's a long, long stint to be doing in production. No other thank you for doing it, mate. That looked like it was going to be a bit of a dive bomb, but it didn't happen in the end.
The car that was at the side of the track has just come out of the pits, I think.
Ah, okay, that's what it was.
So I think they've gone out on the dry tyres.
Nice.
There's a spinner as well.
That's the second place Mercedes there, is it? Or the third place Mercedes, wherever it is. Yeah, so the third place Mercedes is in that bundle there at the minute as well.
Is it? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, when a Mercedes gets involved. Not for too much though, in fairness, but still not nice. Can we jump onto car in 8th place? Yeah, we're on it there now. Mike is now catching up with Duma very quickly. What can Mike do? I know him and Vickers are quite fast together, so... Moved off a little bit, so obviously better drive from the Beamer there. The leaders in the pits after 290 laps.
Yep.
That's crazy. And third place in.
Third place, yeah. And 9th. Thought I'd randomly throw that one in. Ooh, who's that outside?
Oh, Cox off.
Pardon?
It's not the first time he's been off tonight.
No, I think he was off at the at turn 1. Probably a lap or so ago.
Where isn't he going?
It may have
Disconnect.
well, it sounds strange, but a mechanical issue with his rig. Might have stalled it. Couldn't find the on button.
Oh, okay. Well, the main thing is he's going again now, anyway. That's the main thing. So Mike is now in the pits, so he's decided to give up the little fight with Doma and try get an undercut done in the pits, which could be very smart now that it's gone to damp and the dry tyres should be pretty much on par now.
So that incident we saw with the Mercedes and the Lexus here, a lap earlier.
Yeah.
Darryl Young is down in 24th place now.
Oh no.
But he has to come out of the pits. Hey, my friend's now driving in 26th place.
Oh, Simon Pike.
Sim.
What a dude.
Kieran Cox off again.
Yeah, seen that there.
He's not gone much further either, has he?
No, there must be issues with the steering or something. Doesn't seem to be any attempt to do anything. Well, it looks like he's the brake on, does it?
The lights were still on, so they haven't got the ignition.
No.
Still at the side of the track, the road though.
But the engine's still running in the car. I think it must be a steering wheel disconnect. Very unusual, that.
It's now a hive of activity. Track temperature's gone down to 1 degrees as well, 16.
Wow. Pit lane is absolutely flat out. I'm interested to see. So Mike has stayed out. He hasn't pitted to let one of the other guys in, so he's doing a double stint. And he was fighting with Doma, who's in the pit, so this is the battle I'm going to keep an eye on now. And Tubby's in the pits there as well.
Doma just come in.
Yeah.
Doma just come in the pits.
Yeah, it looked like so.
That was the green car that's we just saw rolling down. That's West Camp. That's a Ferrari.
So where's Doma now?
Still parked up.
Hmm.
Here's over to Andrew Richardson.
Nice.
Renault's is still in 8th though.
That's what I'm really confused by. He's going to put Ben Smith on the thing. How is he 8 point something seconds behind Richardson? Let me have a look here.
Because he's can't have a spin.
No, he was 1.3 seconds or 0.7 of a second slower in the pits only. So he must have done something off the track or on the track.
Obviously, it's transition from wets to dry tyres.
Yeah. It's the only thing I can think of, anyway.
Lasser's in the pits now as well.
Great job from everyone.
Nice half spin there.
Absolutely, and Van der Linde is doing a great job there. But Mr. Germany has got by. Absolutely flying out there. I'm just trying to see where is the closest battle, and it looks like there is no real close battle at the minute.
9th place is a second.
And that's your man, is it Dimitri Shanekman has now rejoined the track as well from the pits.
Yeah.
I don't think we're due anyone else to pit. Actually, we are Pedromo in 14th. I think Pedromo was the last one to pit. Everyone else has kind of pitted in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Van der Linde with the back markers isn't helping.
No, he needs to get after John Doe Germany.
That Porsche has been driving great for John Doe Germany and his team at the minute, to be fair about it. They were unlucky with the drive-through, obviously, but still doing an amazing job. My stream has been going for 12 and a half hours now. So I streamed the start of the race as well. $12 and 25 minutes to go, guys. And I still can't say who's going to be where, really.
It's over half a day.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. I know.
When you start breaking it down.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the longest stream I've ever done anyway.
That's moved on to being greasy now.
It's getting there. It's back down to 16 degrees, so it's dropping back down in temperature now as well. So I think now, yeah, sure, it's essentially nearly 1 a.m. in the server, in the game, look. Oh,
118 off again.
I think he's just stuck in the same spot. I don't. He's now in a bit. Oh. And Van der Linden's after having an off there as well. So Mike is actually 5.5 seconds off Richardson. So he's gained back about 3 seconds of whatever's happened.
He's getting back 3 seconds, that's impressive.
Yeah, in a few laps. The dude has pace. I love Shuey's message in chat. Me watching my friends race, knowing that I wouldn't be able to do this. That's absolutely brilliant.
Good if you break it down.
And the commentator's still alive. Nah. What happened, sorry?
I said he would be able to do it if he breaks it down. It's not like he's doing the full 24-hour on his own. Why up?
Well, I wouldn't like to try it.
Hello, Wouter.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Also a bit tired.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You'd swear you've been racing.
Well, actually that's a fun thing that I didn't do a stint yet except for the qualifying.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had a team with some difficult scheduling issues, so I will be in there at 4 o'clock Dutch time, so 3 o'clock English time for the first stint.
Oh, wow.
But that's what you get when you have a team with 6 drivers.
Yeah, but we also don't have to forget that Wouter's only 16-year-old as well, so he's young enough to be able to stay awake for 400 hours.
Yeah.
Back in my day, jeez, I'm double your age, over double your age. That's crazy.
Yeah. We also have some people in our team who could even be my dad. So,
some say.
But you know what the good thing is, though? That's what I love about sim race as well. All ages can get involved in this. It's great.
Yeah, that's the thing I like seeing. There is a team. It's a 14-year-old guy driving, also with his dad in the team, and that was something I like to see because I did my first 24-hour race last year here at Spa when I was 15 years old, and then I felt like I'm young between all those old guys, but it worked out, so I loved it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone cares about your age once you're behind the wheel of the car. That's it, you're racing.
Yeah, and now it's just finishing the car as we're... Yeah, we are almost at the halfway point of the race, but it's for us, it's almost, we can say it's over now. We can't fight for the win or anything, as we had some issues in the first 2 hours, which directly set us back a bit. So we're trying to recover from it, and we'll fight through the night, but it will just be keeping it to the end for the charity.
Absolutely, damage a limitation, but always good that you represent and finish. And the great thing is, we've actually lost the car, so we're still at 34 cars though.
I suspect it'll be car 118.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we are only... 34 cars in the race.
There was 35, yeah.
Then we're not. Then we're equal with our starting position. Oh. Okay, no. Yeah, but that's the thing I love about SimSport Racing International, as I'm also helping out with commentating some series, and eventually this morning I will try and be there in the commentating box to help the commentators out. And it doesn't matter what your age is, it's just everybody gets involved with it and works together.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's all about. You need to have a bit of knowledge. Once you know what you're talking about, that's what it's about. Age has nothing to do with talking about racing.
I can vouch for Wouter. He commentates on or was commentating on the race room events on his own.
Well done. I know how tough that is myself, so that's very good.
Yeah, it's it was one event. No, but that was some times where you were when you do it on yourself. That you will get a dry mouth very quickly, and I don't know if you can remember, Chris, that I had some dry coughs eventually in the middle of it.
Yeah, but you know,
it were from fun times.
Absolutely, that's it. That's all that matters.
All you need to do is make sure you have a glass of water, which I done a 4-hour endurance by myself, and I done the practice well, so it was like 5.5 hours. But my main thing for you, just make sure you have plenty of minerals or drink or whatever water that it is that you have. And just don't be afraid to take 30 seconds to get a drink and get your voice back.
Yeah. But are you liking the race so far, you guys?
Loving it. It's been absolutely great. Even kind of in the times that we think that it's kind of gapped out a bit, there's the minute then the next pit stint comes in, then it's just back all over the place. You don't know who's going to be where again. It's been very fun.
Yeah, it's been a lovely race today. I didn't see everything because of some reasons, but I'm loving it, and even with some issues in the very beginning of it, which happen with these sorts of races, everybody's having fun, I believe. Well, some like us have issues with it, but everyone is still driving. We only lost 2 cars from the start on, I believe. So that are great numbers.
Yeah, I'm just looking there at the positions change. So at one stage, the car number 666 was down 27 places. It's only down 7 places now. So in the last 5 to 6 hours, it's after pulling back 20 spots. That's serious going, guys. To look at that kind of development. So the biggest winner now, kind of most positions gained, is actually car number 42 up 7 spots. And the biggest loser is car number 676 down 10 spots.
Okay. Yeah, I know from our perspective we were ones in this race leading the class, as we had the amazing dry starting option, which works well with Aston, which made us gain some places, but then through some issues we lost them. But
Germany's after spinning, and there's damage on that Porsche.
Oh no, not the pink Porsche.
And it will.
Oh, he's off the track again. He's having some serious issues.
Yeah, it's on the front of that car.
And they're also, Frans van der Linde getting that position.
Now he's going to be in the way. He's got the meatball flag.
That Porsche is knackered.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's barely in control of that.
And he still has to go like a big part of the circuit.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is a tough one.
But this is endurance racing.
So
Wait, it looks like he could easily be down in about 14, 15 spot by the time he gets to the pits, and then gets all the damage fixed, depending on how long the damage takes. That's a game changer for their race.
Yeah.
I'm in shock right now.
Yeah, this part. but still, luckily, this is endurance racing. We still have longer than half the race to go, so it will make it drop down some places, but it isn't over for them.
Absolutely not, but wow, that's severe damage. Like, he's finding it very difficult to even get the car back to track or back to the pits.
Instrument 130 out. Car.
Yeah, his alignment of the wheels is probably completely gone. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Wow.
Difficult getting into the pits.
Wow.
And also the lights are broken, so he doesn't see anything.
Luckily, there doesn't look like there's anybody else behind him.
Fair play to him.
Don't get stopped go 30.
Yeah, I don't think the car's going fast enough for that. Although he stopped.
It's also.
I think he probably stopped us to make sure he had the limiter on.
Yeah, or it might be also a strategy changer for them. Yeah, it's absolutely. From the front impact, it looked like just a little bump with a broken bonnet, but then when it went straight on.
Yeah, that's obviously then when we knew that was much more damage. That's crazy. Wow, wow, wow. But boys, just so you know, in 5th place, Tim Flamager is 2.83 seconds off 3rd place now, so that's going to liven up hopefully soon enough.
It will now be known as the American.
And now we have the American drivers, or the drivers on the other side of the ocean from Europe, driving the cars who will be in perfect shape. And students of 16 years old like me will drive from Europe on 20 energy drinks.
Has to be done. What energy drink do you drink?
Well, actually, I think that if I will drink energy drink, I will get a dip after it, which will make me feel even more bad, and it aren't the best chemical way drinks. So I just use the old technique of making my room pretty cold so you can't fall asleep in there. So that's the way I use.
That's a smart way to do it. Plenty of water as well.
Make myself a cup of hot chocolate.
That'd make you fall asleep.
Yeah, it make you fall asleep, but it is nice.
Ah, no, definitely. So looking at the gap, it's not going back in anymore. So the race that we're looking at on track is actually the closest race.
John Dorjan is still in the pits.
Yeah, I'd say that's minutes of damage.
Yeah.
I think he'll be lucky to be in 15th or 16th by the end of this.
Still stationary as well.
It's absolutely a game changer for that race.
Oh, it's a challenge to get back up there.
Absolutely. Well, they definitely have pace in them, so I'm sure they might move up a spot or two, but it's definitely not ideal for them because they've after been doing so well. But he's coming out of the pits now, I think.
Yeah. Out now.
Yeah, but from the other perspective, another team who also had some ups and downs in this race is the 990 Snack and Sons car in 30th place, because I know they were into the top 20 or so, and now they're back in 30 after an incident. But it's always you have winners and losers.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's the joy, isn't that the emotions of driving and racing? Tim Flamager now is about 2 seconds off, and that's for 3rd and 4th as well, so that's getting there now. But this little battle here, which is a Schneck.
That's Dimitri against Team Mossadegh, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm looking at them as well. They're 0.6 off, and then I'm just looking at the Tim Flanager just on the active Judda live screen where you can see all the broadcasting time deltas. So they're about 2 seconds. If they go kind of about 1.5 to 1 seconds, we'll try to jump on because that'll be for a position for a podium, essentially.
Oh, yeah, I'm on with them.
It's 2.8 seconds at the minute.
Oh, car 62. Where are you?
He's about 3 seconds down the road.
That's a back marker. Forcing way past.
Quite forcibly.
How rude.
But I don't know about you guys, but this has been a great start. Like for the first half of the race, we've had everything 4 different parts of rain in the track. So basically, that's every 2 hours you're guaranteed at least one proper rain kind of stint in as well, which is absolutely crazy. But feels like we've had way more rain than dry though.
Yeah, I believe especially in the beginning we had some showers all one after each other.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was so close together at the start. So close. I've never seen the weather like that before. Which is absolutely mental.
But I see you really are the steward in waiting for the shed, so I'll leave you guys to it. I believe the stream will go zero commentating in a couple of minutes.
Ah, yeah, sure. If we have to go a minute or two over, that's fine, talking away, but
yeah,
it's due to stop at 12.
So I have to get some Z's before my stint in a few hours.
Yeah, well, good luck. And if I wake up, I'll be watching it anyway.
Well, have fun with the last minutes and see you guys later.
See you later,
man. Best luck, bro.
Thanks, Walter. Take care. And I brought in Rod Stewart. How are you?
Is it really Rod Stewart?
It's Rod Stewart, yes.
Hello? I was hoping it was on, wouldn't it?
Usually get on.
Oh, not bad. We've had an interesting one so far.
It's been very tough, I think, for every driver out there. How have you adapted with the way the conditions have been changing so drastically?
So we got a bit unlucky there with the last lot of rain. We had our stint timer ran out 10 minutes before the rain start, so we weren't sure if it was just going to be a light shower or heavy, so we gambled on slicks to kind of just drive through, and then it was heavy rain, so I had to come back in again for wets. But I mean, my pace was good on the wets when I did get out. Just unlucky. What can you do?
Absolutely. Look, you have to take that gamble every now and then, don't you?
Exactly. It was worth a punt anyway. Didn't pay off this time, but it's paid off before, so can't really complain.
What's your expectations for the next 12 hours? Where would you like to finish?
Hopefully just finish. I think that's the main goal at this point.
Yeah, it's been tough.
If we can kind of make a position or two back up to the night, it might be quite nice. But we're not quite a full lap down on the next position, but we're not a kick off it. We managed to kind of chip away into their lead during the wet there, but we'll see what we can do through the night. A bit more rain would be nice.
It looks like it's going to be dried out for the next 30 minutes at least.
That's fine, because I'm not in the car. I'll hop in when it gets wet again. I've got decent pace in the wet.
Brilliant. And Dimitri Schnicker, the somewhere here, is only 0.4 off, so he's having good pace, but finding it hard to get by. It seems to be quite a difficult track to really make a move stick.
It's very difficult.
To be fair about it, but just looking there, like, I think anyone who's racing in the port is so fast, other than the sector 3 where the main straights are as well. Seems to be the only car that kind of seems to really struggle on the main straights. Looking at everyone else, it seems to be pulling along nicely.
Yeah, those Porsches are quick coming through the S's.
Oh yes, they are on it.
It's very hard to break away from them through there.
How's fuel consumption actually?
It's quite good actually.
Okay.
We're not even at a full tank with the stint timer, so.
Oh really?
Yeah, we're a little bit below. I don't know if it's just the Aston. We're a good few litres under the max fuel tank for.
It's amazing.
For our stint timer. Maybe it's just the skills of the drivers, mind you. I don't know. Maybe.
Pure skill.
I'll take a little bit of credit there.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, yeah, look, it's nearly 5 minutes now till 12. It's crazy to believe we're halfway through already.
Still 12 to go though. Anything can happen.
That is the truth. That is the truth. And now it's down to good teamwork of keeping your teammates then motivated through the late night now.
That's it. We've got 2 of us through until maybe 5, 6 o'clock now. So it'll be a struggle, but it'll be doable. And then we've got the other 2 are coming back to relieve us in the morning. So.
Awesome. And when you get up there to watch the end of the race?
Oh, I think I'll be going to my bed. I'll get up for the last half hour, but I think a nap will be needed. Yeah, I've been on the go since quali this morning, so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think a wee nap will be needed, but I'll try and get up for the last half hour of the race, see how we do. Absolutely,
yeah. Well, sure, look, I think it's worthwhile even getting up just to watch the finish and then going back to bed if that's the case.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the plan.
That sure has to be done. Has to be done there. I don't know. There's so much there's so much stuff that's still kind of happening there. Tim Fleminger's after dropping off a bit from the 3rd spot as well. So, oh, look at this though. That was around the back marker there.
In the back.
And how are you finding having to go around back markers and stuff like that? How are you dealing with that as well?
Sadly enough, we've not actually had to negotiate many back markers. We're getting overtaken quite a lot.
Yeah.
So there is a certain few that are fairly aggressive, but again, it's a very hard track to overtake, so it's kind of understandable in that sense.
There's good news as well. Kieran Cox, we're back to 35 cars now, so what car was it? 118, wasn't it, that left?
118, yeah.
118, yeah.
They're back now.
Superb.
Obviously disconnect issues.
I mean, I hate to say it, but that does help us a little bit. We'll take anything we can get at this point.
Absolutely. So it's all about having fun though as well.
Oh, exactly. Okay, as long as you can finish the 24, if you're having fun doing it, that's a win in itself. That's what losers say, but that's a win in itself, isn't it?
No, but it's experience. It's experience.
Exactly.
That's a big part of it.
No, definitely.
Crazy thing. 1 minute now till 12 hours to go. This is crazy. And Dyer there is absolutely 0.3 of a second now off Nada for 27 and 28 as well, while all the battles are going on here as well. Mental. Least we're on with now, and he is doing a good job, in fairness to him. 31 and a half seconds off 9th spot and 13.1 seconds ahead, so doing a good job there. Nice and steady. I think Chris is falling asleep at the comms box.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to pay for the bid of one at the auction. A lot of one.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. We'll remind us before we do stop comms now, because we're quite a few minutes over what we were expecting anyway. But guys, don't forget to donate and to put bids in for some of the amazing stuff that's in the auctions, because don't forget, this is all for against cancer. This is all for raising money for doing amazing things for kids that have a bigger fight than any of us anyway, to be fair. So yeah, please, whatever you can afford, get in. You know, I think the last time we checked it was at 6,700. Are we able to get one more update on that, Tom, before we go, or is it too much?
I think Thomas fell asleep.
What if I sing him a love song?
You can try.
Yes, serenade him.
Tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Oh, he's gone.
No, Tom's gone. That's grand. Well, look, guys, I think I'm going to do the same then, and I'll be back on then to close this thing out with Dimitri, I think.
Right, no problem. Tom has put, okay guys, stream is on auto, I'm off.
I swear I was looking. I haven't even looked, but no, look, guys, it's been a pleasure going through the first half of the race, which is, and looking forward to closing out the race as well. So, Chris, thanks so much for joining in as well. You've been an absolute hero. Fair play to you. And Mr. Jackie Stewart there himself, thanks very much for popping in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for all your time, Colin. You've done a cracking job.
It's grand. So we'll have a few more hours tomorrow to get through.
Yes, but they'll soon be over.
Not as how it's enjoyable. It's not as if it's torture. It's been quite enjoyable.
We're now less than half a day left of the race.
Oh, don't say it like that. Don't say half a day.
Half a day.
Oh.
No, it's less than half a day now.
Oh, that's okay then. Yeah, that's fine. 3 minutes less than half a day. That softens the blow a lot.
It does. Right, guys.
Alright, lads. I'm going to just mute the mic because I'm going to keep the stream going in the main stream as well that I'm doing. So, guys, have a great night. And to anyone who's watching, the commentary will kick back off at 7 a.m.
Good morning, everyone. We are back with live commentary for the race. Good morning, Dave. How are you doing?
Morning, everyone. Yeah, better than you. Obviously, you're still racing on a Gran Turismo 24-hour charity race as well. So I'm glad you'll be glad to get some sleep later, I'm sure. But yeah, it's sun up now in Japan, so looking like it's dry at the moment. So obviously, I think they've had a bit of wet racing through the night as well. Obviously, it's been very changeable throughout the race today and yesterday. So it's going to be an interesting last 5 hours of the race.
As the Team Racing Point is leading before the GTWR team, and on P3 is Odyssey Racing.
Yeah, so Team Racing actually just gone into the pits by the looks of things. So looking like actually, with their stint times, 5 hours and 6 minutes to go, they're actually looking like they're probably going to be not having to take any short stints. So that's going to be quite beneficial to them.
Yeah, and maybe a short stint in the end.
Possibly, I think.
The tires, I don't know the car very well, but it could be interesting.
It could be interesting. Yeah, I think they'll get an hour and 10 out of the car, max fuel. Obviously, the maximum stint is 70 minutes, so I think they'll maximise that time. So I don't see them stopping any more than another 4 times, really.
No. They have a good gap, 2 laps to the GTWR team. GTWR Ghost setups. And on P3 is driving Tim Flemminger for Odyssey Racing. On P4, Thomas Jack, Misfits Racing Team. I'm sorry if I say something wrong.
No, that's right. Normally they Misfits. When I race at Simply Race, when they do the endurance series, they put together a Misfits team where people basically want to race in an endurance team, and that's what they call it. So I'm wondering if it was a bit of a dating time in the SSRi endurance Discord to see if anybody wanted to join up. So maybe that's where the name comes from as well.
Oh, nice! I didn't know. Maybe we've met then. I've been once in one of the events at Simply Race.
Yeah, it's good fun there, and if anyone ever gets the chance to go to Milton Keynes in the UK, Simply Race 15 pod simulators, triple screens. I think they're going to be upgrading their kit soon, so it'll be great for them. But yeah, it's a good crack.
It is.
I think we've got a couple of people in the waiting room to have a chat. Should we bring them in?
Yes, of course.
Good morning, Oliver.
Good morning.
How are you? How's your race going?
It's not going anymore.
Oh, it's not. Oh dear. What happened?
It's over.
It's all over. It's all over. No, we had a disconnect and our driver one was asleep, so we had no chance to reconnect.
Oh dear.
So yeah. It's this deep into the race, but it's like getting a gearbox issue in real life.
It is, unfortunately, and I think when in the race last year at Spa, we tried to wake Kieran Vidago up to take so he could see the end of the race, and obviously we won the endurance race category because I think we finished P2 overall, but so he still didn't actually see the end of the race because he was asleep.
Oh dear.
That happens when you have been up for 23 hours straight trying to follow the race.
Yeah.
Unless if you are a dive steward, of course, then you'll just be awake anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So where was
I'm still awake.
what position were you in when it all happened?
P1.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's no proof that we weren't. So don't look at the replay.
No, I think we were almost last in the race anyway. We had a rough night and some bad calls earlier in the morning, starting off on brake sets 1, and that screwed us up quite a bit. And
Yeah, it seems to be every
out on how heavily used tires that had no life left in them, and stuff like that happened in our team. So
it seemed to be every stint we had a problem.
Not too proud of this endurance event from our point of view, from our side of it so far, but at least we had fun when we were racing, so it's all good.
Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? Having fun. The team aspect of doing this is the main thing. You have a lot of fun with friends and sometimes people that you've not really spoken to a lot in the past.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we are not friends after this race. Nah, it's all fun.
That's good.
Yeah.
So you obviously, have you had some sleep yet, or you going back to bed?
Roughly half an hour of sleep. Couldn't sleep tonight, thinking about the team and seeing Renee crash the car multiple times on the stream when I was trying to. So
I haven't slept yet myself. I got up for qualifying yesterday morning and I'm still going.
Oh wow, okay. So you're up for the duration and you're going to stay up until tonight?
I might get a couple hours before. I'll probably wake up for the race end. But
then Stuart, maybe you are the right person then to tell the commentators what's been happening in the race during the night, because they have obviously been asleep, so you can maybe catch them up a bit.
I don't know. It was just so wet.
Well, that's what she said.
Oh, now. You tell you haven't had much sleep.
It's too early, goddammit.
Very flat. Cool. So obviously it's been changeable throughout the race, isn't it? So at the moment it's looking like it might be stable at the moment, but still a bit of cloud around. Not much wind, which normally means the weather might not change very quickly at the minute.
I think this has been the longest dry spell we have had throughout the entirety of the race. It's been going on for like 1.5 hours, 2 hours now, and it looks like it will keep on for at least half an hour more. But yeah, the weather is the main factor in this race. It can really flip it around. Being caught out on the wrong tire, on the wrong time, or having just had a pit stop 10 minutes before it starts raining. Stuff like that can definitely alter the race for these guys still driving.
Yeah, it's a lottery when the weather's changeable, and obviously you saw it from the start of the race when it was the first start of the race. It was obviously wet and then dried very quickly, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it did. We actually had a decent start there, but yeah, the guys who gambled on starting on the dry tires, they're fucking legends. We were talking about it, and I was saying that it would be faster to do so, but we decided to go for the safer strategy and decide not to wreck the car the first lap and take wet tires, which in the end I think was the right call. But for the faster guys, those who did the dry tires, they really had a good one, a good start at least. And
yeah, I think there was a lot of people moving around, wasn't there, at the start? It's unfortunately there was definitely some incidents that I saw when I was stood watching a Red Bull home run in Milton Keynes, trying to catch up on the start of the race.
Yeah, it was quite eventful. I think we gained a gain of 12 positions or something in the first start, but it is what it is, And I understand why some people got upset about the restart and back to the starting positions. But if you're looking from an admin point of view, if they would have had to keep the grid as it was, like a minute before they made the call, then firstly they would have had to take a screenshot. Secondly, they would have had to redo the entire grid again. So we could have seen a much longer delay if that would have been the case. So it was a good decision by the admins, and it worked out, and we had the good race anyway.
Yeah, it's always a tricky decision when you have an issue, and being on the side of the admins doing the organising. You can really see how difficult it is in real life for the race directors and the race stewards to actually make decisions on the fly. These things affect obviously all the drivers. Some have a positive outcome, some don't. So those people that got caught up in the turn one incident would have been thankful that it did happen, but unfortunately, those that made some good gains, it didn't quite work out for them. But there's still 23 hours to go, wasn't there, at that time? So there was still a good race to be had.
Exactly, and if you wanted to start further up the grid, then you should have just qualified better.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think we were probably one of the best off teams after that first start as well. The amount of positions we gained, but like it was a fair call to put it back to qualifying order. Only half an hour into 24. I think there was one team that it was a pit lane start or couldn't start or something.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
So it's like not fair on them either, and not being able to join and all that. It's it's just a bit of a nightmare. But it's all going well now, though.
Yeah, no, the SSRi team, obviously, they think they made up 7 or 8 places, didn't they, in the first hour? So, which really didn't help them. But c'est la vie.
It is what it is. It is what it is. But also, I've been a few dropouts in this race. I think we're 36 cars when we started, and now we're down to what, like 30? I would assume after we left.
Yeah, it's like the car running at the moment, so that's still not too bad because obviously, like you get disconnects and people can't get hold of driver one to rejoin. And just to put people in the picture who don't know that are still watching that don't race ACC, if there's been a glitch in the game in the sim for a long time where if you don't really join in driver one or driver one in the team joins first, you can actually cause a problem where you can't all connect. So it's very important that the driver one enters, and if obviously they're asleep, like Oliver and should have found, then they basically you can't rejoin, and your race is over. But you get obviously mechanical failures in real life, and that is pretty much like one of them. Or where they might get their pedals break or their steering wheel break. Again, mechanical failures. These things happen. Probably you get less mechanical failures in sim racing than you do in real life. And certainly when you have an incident, you can always repair your car pretty quickly. So it's a lot better in terms of and cheaper if you have a crash, and it doesn't hurt as much, Yvonne, as I'm sure you'll probably find out at some point with your real racing career.
Yes, I had a great weekend in Anglesey, but also crashed, and the car wasn't ready for the next race. But, I was just about ready because my body didn't handle it very well either. But it's very different in real life. If you have an accident there, or there's some damage on the car or the gearbox, you're done.
So what did you race at Anglesey? Was it the BMW?
No, I drove in the Scirocco, Volkswagen Scirocco.
Very nice.
It was a bit loose, very loose, greasy conditions, too wet on the dry setup. We didn't have wet tires with us, the team didn't have it, so it was very tricky.
Did you have to beg, borrow and steal some wet tires from somebody, or did you just try and run on slicks?
I drove on slicks, and I should have come in during the pit window, and I was maybe 7 or 8 minutes away from the pit window, and we should quickly do some changes but stay on the tires that we had, because that was all what we had. And I didn't make the pit window just yet. It was a shame. Another car couldn't avoid me, and I just lost the rear, and it was loads of damage. I was done going to the hospital, and the car was done also.
Well, thankfully he was all right. So obviously, obviously the Scirocco was modified for you for your hand controls.
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent. So how are you finding the whole experience? Because it's obviously you've been doing it now for, I think your first drive was about 6 months ago, was it? I think.
Yes. Well, I drove when I was younger, till I was 20 also, and I drove back then with pedals and now with hand controls. Because of my health, I cannot drive normal anymore. And it's great that the opportunity is there, and it's great that Team Brit provides it for all kinds of disabilities. And without them, I basically couldn't race. If I drive on the normal road, I also drive with hand controls, because it's not safe if I drive with pedals. So yeah, it's just amazing that the option is there, and it's great to be back in a racing car.
Yeah, obviously, if anyone doesn't know the Team Brit story, and obviously Yvonne's part of that setup, but also of the Team Brit. Go and check out their website. They are a great organisation. Giving the opportunity to all people that have either disabilities or have had incidents in terms of the armed forces as well. And getting them into racing, and obviously Bobby Trunley and is racing in the British GT now in the McLaren GT4, and they've obviously had a big learning curve this year with changing the car away from the Aston Martin, but they're coming good in terms of their racing. So it's a brilliant organisation, and do take a look at their website.
Well, Team Brit stopped now because Team Brit decided to stop it, but Sophie and I decided to rebrand. So now it's United Sim Team, and it basically means everyone is welcome, and we love to share our passion for sim racing, and to help other people. So it's now kind of a rebrand, still very new, but we will give it all to keep going.
That's good. So when's your next race?
This afternoon. I was already signed up, and it's a bit of a busy calendar this weekend. So this afternoon I need to drive on iRacing 2 hours at Daytona.
You're a glutton for punishment, as they say.
Yeah. I'm gonna lay after this 2 hours on the couch, and then I need to get a liter of coffee in, and then get going again.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need something stronger than coffee.
Yeah, I think also.
Cool. So shall we continue with the rundown on the current positions?
Sounds good.
Go P4. So we go Victor Ballin in the. That was I think we actually mentioned the Misfits earlier. Milan Duma in Green Moose Racing in P5. Currently have Nelson Abranosa in P6, which is actually P2 in class in the TAR Team Abbey Racing. And I'm sure you'll be able to pronounce his surname better than I would, Yvonne, but Niels Engelhard in SCB Racing. Peter Valier, Sim Racing Holland in P9, currently P5 in class. And Danny DeSwart in the CBSR Racing, so you got some of the admin and stewarding team in that team doing currently P3 in their class. Rounding out the top 10, we have João Castanheira in SCB Racing. With Brian Scheckerman in the Porsche and Team Rocket Scuderia 24 hour. They're brave running the Porsche for 24 hours, so I don't think I'd do that. John Doe Germany in Team JBP, looking like he's getting his headlights flashing for a back marker in front. With Noah Cox currently in the pits, possibly going to be doing a driver change for SimSport Racing International. Currently P13, so doesn't seem like it's going too well for them in this race. Ilias Tipos in Greek Freaks in P14. Tim Kroll running Lexus in Log Driving. Casper Hugard in DGTL Racing in P16. Sander Bell running P17 for Mode 11 Racing, which again some of the admins, I think Baz is racing with him, so he's one of our admins. And when I think he gets up this morning, I think we may get an update on where the current fundraising is for this morning. Carlo Biello, Racing Point PS Evo in P18. Jan Barth, Astra Racing Team. So looks like they're running the Aston Martin. A lot of Aston Martins in the field today. Denise Pope, which will be Wild Things Racing in P20, currently P2 in class. And Nikolai Schroeder, Green Moose Rookies. So they've got 2 teams in here. Obviously the rookies and the Pro-Am team. I think it was Bjorn Renard in the McLaren. Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport. That's a name and a half, isn't it? You try and get that on the side of the car. Imre Horvath in Revolution Sim Racing Blue. Sounds like they've got another team in the race as well. And Robin Reuter 610 Motorsport in P24. Last 5. Roger Van Roosen in Sim Racing Holland number 2. Patrick Prince running in the Snack and Sons, I think that is. P26. P27 Pottsweaver and Convicts and Colonials. Thank God. I suspect they got really bad pings, so I suspect there may be an Australian element in there potentially. Wouter Brits against Cancer SimSport. Umar Issa in the Honda NSX in Team U2 Camp and Bokti the Rock. Or was that Bokti the Rock? So apologies on getting that name wrong. Jesse Van Driel running in P30 in THRC, so that rounds out all the current positions. Cool. So let's check on the YouTube chat as well. We'll see if anyone wants to let us know how they're getting on. If there's nobody able to come in and join us on Discord for a chat.
You love Gantt charts?
No, it's not.
Here's how easily you can
audio one.
Let's map out the tasks for your Gantt chart.
Just turn that audio off. Apologies. So, morning everybody. Let's take a look, see if we can find any action on track, see if there's anybody looking like they'll be getting close. I think there's quite a bit of space in between a lot of the cars, as we always find in the endurance racing environment. It can be quite a tactical battle. I think last year we certainly had a lot of cars converging at the end of the race, which obviously, bearing in mind tyre stops and strategies, etc. The teams being on different ones, it spiced up certainly the last hour and a half.
Yes, I expect it indeed. And I see rain coming in 30 minutes. So it will be maybe just in time for some in the pit window.
Mode 11 racing.
Thomas is waiting, I think. So should we bring him in?
Sorry, well, I turned the sound off when my YouTube decided to play an advert, so apologies if I didn't hear you saying anything there.
Thomas is in the waiting room, so should we bring him in?
Yep, should we bring him in?
Okay. Hello, Thomas. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you doing?
We're very tired. How about you guys?
Also very tired.
Seems to be the theme right now.
And how is your team doing?
We're doing good. We're in P4 right now. We've been nursing a red engine since I think the 11th hour. So,
yeah.
But we're doing good. The spirits are high considering.
Have you had any other dramas during the race, or has it just been the engine that was causing you concern?
Yeah, we had a few track warning scares. Let's say we've been sitting on 3 warnings for most of it, but other than that, it's been a really like clean race on our part. I think other than a couple of minor incidents, we've been just controlling our pace, controlling the engine. All because of me though. That poor engine. I'm not really. We're quite new to the Merc, so I was maybe a bit optimistic in my downshifts during the range, and that poor thing is beaten up.
Yes, you're going well to get to a red engine. Because I think I've
never heard of it.
Done over 1,500 hours on ACC, and I think I've had one engine damage, and that was on a GT4, and that's when you can really change down very quickly.
I didn't even know it still runs in red. I thought it dies when it goes red, but somehow we're still running. So,
well, hopefully, the next 4 hours 40 minutes, you don't end up having a blown engine, because obviously that will ruin your race. And 20 hours in, obviously it's home stretch now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're shifting down very carefully, and honestly on exits and top rev, the engine still runs fine. It's just we need to be very careful in the braking zones, mainly like the hairpin and the chicane.
You got your wonderful car on stream, very much a Japanese inspired livery. So your team name, where does that come from? I mentioned to Yvonne that I ran in a Misfits team before, and it was just basically a group of people that didn't know each other when we put the team together, and we just wanted to race. Is that the case for you, or is it something different?
No, we've renamed the team to something a bit more appropriate for the race. But we're just we're from this other community. We know each other, and we've been racing. Part of us have been racing in endurances before, and then we brought a couple of guys in for this race, and we're just feeling like doing a 24-hour race together, and this looked like a nice race to do. And we've got some other friends in here too. The 992 have some drivers we've driven with before, so. But yeah, we're the Liveries. The team done some Japanese mayonnaise. We've got a friend living in Japan right now who made the livery, so it's
That's great.
We figured we use that for the race. It's a beautiful livery. I love the colors.
Yeah, I like the Merc's got some very, very small rear windows, and with it all white, it just makes it look like a bit like the space shuttle.
Yeah, it looks really nice. And
looks like you're coming up to a back marker who's moved out of the way with a bit of a glitch there as well, which is always a bit worrying when you see that when you're in the car and you see a car potentially glitching around you.
We haven't had too many issues, I don't think, with people's connections. We had to play around with the driver stints because one of our drivers was having some internet issues, but I think like most of the time, and all most of the blue flagged cars have been quite nice. I know they don't really need to move out the way, but they've been really nice in letting everyone through. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to drive this.
So what's your predictions then for the rest of the race? Do you think you're going to be able to catch P3? It looks like you're just a lap behind, I think, are you, from there?
They're just behind us. They're exiting, I think they're about a sector behind us on track, but we're on the same lap technically. We're just almost a lap down, but I don't think we're gonna. They're super fast. Those 3 beamers up front are flying. So we're pacing ourselves. We're enjoying ourselves here, and I think we've got a lap or two. We're a lap or two clear on P5. So I think this is more or less where we're gonna end up, unless any issues come up to anyone, unless we blow up engine.
Well, sounds good. So how many more stints have you got to do in your race? Are you done now?
I've done everything. I've got, I think, 40 seconds on my driver time anymore, so I'm just here to race engineer the rest now.
Cool. Well, that's good. Obviously, the guys are Victor there in the car seems to be driving fairly steady, not doing anything unusual in the car, which is always a bonus when you've got 4.5 hours left to race.
I have one question. I see it's gonna rain again in 30 minutes. Are you guys ready?
No, we're terrified. The rain is the worst for the downshift stuff, so the rain is what we're scared of. But
hopefully it's not too bad. But just see it's coming in the clouds. So fingers crossed for all of you.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But we're still terrified.
As we've already said this morning, it's been so changeable, the weather, which has kept people awake, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for you, as you said, it's not been great for your car. But yeah, just change down a lot slower. As you see there, Victor just going through the final corner through the chicane, and starting his 511th lap, I think.
Is that how? It's been a long race. It's hard to count anymore.
I think next time we do the 24-hour, we'll try and run a sweepstake to see how many laps people think the race is going to be. Give him a good shout out for those that get closest. See if we can get somebody to donate a prize for us.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually. It's not something you can really predict with all this constant rain and dry running.
No, it's very difficult, isn't it, to predict anything with the rain.
Mm-hmm.
So who's running next for your team?
We have Ivan Barrett's running the rest of the race probably. He's going to be finishing up. So
supposed to do 4 hours, is he?
Yeah, he's very dead set on doing the whole thing. I told him I'm here just in case, and we can put Victor in the car in case he needs it. But he seems very committed to finishing the whole thing by himself. So he's gonna be Mr. President will be finishing the race for us.
So can we get him on webcam when he finishes the race to see if he actually can walk after that? 4 hours. That's a long time in the. This track is very fast, and it is on full power for quite a long time actually.
Suzuka is a rough track to drive to. I felt my bag going on 30 minutes in my first stint. So I'm guessing he's not going to be fully around mentally with us anymore after his stints. He's going to be comatose, I think.
Has he had some sleep though, or has he been awake all the time?
Yeah, no, he's been sleeping. He had a thunderstorm last night, so he couldn't drive. His internet was very shoddy, so we didn't want to sort of cause any incidents because of it. But he's fresh and ready to go, and he's a very quick driver in this Merc, so we expect him to put some nice laps in.
Good. Hopefully you can stay ahead of P5. I think you're way ahead of those anyway, aren't you? You're 3 laps ahead, so I think unless something major happens, you should be on for a dead set P4. Obviously, as we know, there could end up having connection issues, and anyone around you could as well. So I think we've definitely seen it in the past where the top teams have crashed or had an incident, and it's turned things around for those below them.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars on track. You never know what happens. So we're gonna keep driving our race and just if something happens, something happens. If not, we're just enjoying our little cruise here.
Good luck for the rest of the race, and I'm sure you'll enjoy doing the spotting for the rest of the race.
Yeah. Thank you. And good luck.
What tyre pressures they need to run for the wet weather that's coming in just under 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think they've got it figured out. But we should. Thank you, and good luck to you for both of you for the commentary.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining for a chat.
Yeah. See you guys.
There's Tom Jack there. Misfits Racing that we've got on screen at the moment. So let's see if we can find a bit more. Let's see if we can find some action on track. I'll find my mouse. Oh, excuse me. Let's just run to see how the leaders are getting in, and Andrea Grappellini in Racing Point P1, 2 laps ahead of second place team currently. So yeah, it looks like they've got it in the bag if they don't see any major incidents. I think when Baz finally gets awake, we'll have a look just to update where we were at last night. I think we were at 6,700 euros at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I just see on the website it's now 889 euros.
889. Well, so well done everybody, and thank you very much for all those people that have been donating all the way through the night and all the way through yesterday. I think that the teams had managed to generate around 4,500 euros when we started the race, just from their sponsorships, their donations for all their friends and family and all the people they work with, and their own work that they'd been doing on off the scenes. So I think we may be able to get the opportunity to have an interview with one of the guys from Race Against Cancer. So they will be able to tell you how much it improves the lives of those kids and their families that are going through a struggle with cancer, and just to give them a day of sitting in cars and seeing firefighters and doing all sorts of fun stuff. I think that last year we managed to raise around 12,500 euros, which went a long way to helping them plan their day, and seeing some of the kids, the photos and stuff and the videos of the kids enjoying their day last year was great to see. And it was thanks to everybody involved in terms of the racers, the organisers, and all the sponsors, and those people that put their hands in their pockets to help the young kids just forget about their troubles for a day. So thank you very much.
Amazing. Especially if you see those kids smiling, that's great. I was tweeting last night, the other race that I'm doing, the 24-hour, is also racing for a good charity due to cancer and to help other people, but then in England. And I spoke about both of the races on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. And one response, he is now taking care of his mother, who is in the end phase of cancer. And also his wife lost her parents due to cancer, so it has a huge impact on their family. And that he is grateful to see all of us racing and raising money for this good charity. And if you read that, then you see, okay, here we're doing this for.
And obviously they're a Dutch charity. Had you heard of them before, Yvonne?
Yes, I'm very Dutch. So I did indeed, and I'm glad that I can be in this way a part of it, because I thought 24-hour races in my state with my health, it's not going well. So I didn't want to do that, and then I saw commentators were needed, so I said, okay, well then I need to do this to be part and to help, basically.
It's greatly appreciated, as some of the people that have been watching have heard. We're a small team of administrators and that run the community, and we put a lot of time for free into running these races, and for everybody involved. And obviously we do need extra people all the time to help out with doing commentary. Just come and have a go. It's a lot of fun actually when you get involved, and you can actually when you start to get involved, you see all the things that get put into creating a great broadcast for everybody, from the videos, from the broadcast directors to the commentators to to the race drivers that join us in the interview room to actually have a chat and tell us about what's going on. And just to do it for the charities, as I said earlier, it gives a warm feeling to our hearts that we've done some good work for the kids. Obviously we did a little bit of a charity race earlier on in the year for some of the Ukrainian refugees. One of our community members asked us if we could make one of the endurance races that we were running a bit of a charity race, so we had a little bit of money there. But the 24-hour races for us is the key one. That's the one where we really go to town and trying to get some money. And we've got some great sponsors this year. The likes of EPLs and SimLabs have given us some vouchers and some money off, and to help generate some money towards the council in terms of the auctions. And the website has been developed by Baz and his uncle, I think, in terms of allow us to do the auctions. So all the members that have paid their £25, €30 to become a member, to allow them to run their liveries and to get some benefits out of that. That helps us keep going and helps us run these races. So, but big thanks to everybody to been doing that. And obviously, Ron, you've put in a lot of time in terms of doing the comms as well as racing in another charity race. So thank you for that. And as you say, it's
I just need to learn it a bit more, because I'm really not used to this, and it's a bit out of my comfort zone. I like to talk, but normally I stream myself, and then something goes wrong, it's all fine. But this is different, and I always want to do things perfect, so yeah, I need to learn it a bit more.
You can't swear on these streams. You can do it on your own
I don't want to, because also other sponsors are involved, and I don't want to swear. That's already a good start, I think. But yeah, I just need to learn, get handier with the team names, the names, etc.
Yeah, so it's a big learning curve. I've done a bit of commentary, but I'm now doing much more in terms of the broadcast side. So doing comms and controlling the cameras can be a challenge. So I try not to do both, but obviously we do what we need to, as we've seen a little bit of an on-track battle at the moment. But I don't think it's actually a real battle. But Bjorn doesn't look like he's yielding to the car behind. I don't think he really has to, because it's a lap runner. But it's good to see some cars. He's getting a little bit squirrely on the out of turn one there. It's quite a difficult corner actually. If you get the line wrong into it, you're a little bit on the back foot. Whereas that Aston Martin's really putting a lot of pressure on the McLaren there. I'd expect him to see a bit of flashing there, to be honest. Although in the driver's briefing, I suspect they may have advised them that they shouldn't be flashing. But sometimes you get the drivers from the other, that aren't in the car, just messaging those around and just say, would you mind sort of letting us pass? We're obviously faster than you. In real life, it's normally accompanied with a bag of Star Mix or something like that, just to sort of bribe them to get out of the way. So obviously we can't do that virtually, other than sending a virtual high five maybe.
It's also not for positioning class. I always think, especially if I was the McLaren driver in a long race, it has no point to fight people from another class. That's why I normally just don't fight and hold my own pace and just try to survive and keep it consistent, keep it clean.
Yeah, it's important. Especially if you've got somebody really close behind you trying to get through, and it's not for a position. What are you actually gaining out of it?
Most of the time, you only lose time.
Yeah.
More risk.
And I think they are actually on the same lap as the people ahead of them. So they're 19 seconds. McLaren there is behind P21 with the Audi, but he's battling this car here. If he could just let that let that car past, and then just stick to the back of it. I think that 19 seconds would be surprising how quickly that probably comes down.
Yeah. Especially on a track like this with the S's, if you have the first part a little bit wrong, it all goes through the S's. Then it's very difficult to get back on the racing line right away. There goes the Austin.
Looks like he's got the move done. Oh no! I'll tell you that's what happens now, and now he's up into the gravel. Obviously the Aston's got past at the Degners, but that could have ended up very badly for them, and maybe just thinking, oh, we can have a bit of fun now. It's been a bit boring for the last couple of hours, but that could have been quite painful if we'd gone off into the barriers, which can happen at the Degners. It's obviously a very, very fast section of the track. It unsettles the car on the way in through Degner 1. You've got to run out onto the green stuff, to get a good exit out of Degner 2. But he's obviously taken too much speed in there with the Aston getting up the inside through Dunlop.
Yeah, and Imre from Revolution Sim Racing Blue was also still a lap behind, so it wasn't in the same lap. It's place 22 and place 23, but also not same lap or same class.
There we go, Bjorn. So he's probably now going to try and stay behind. It looks like he's running out to the grass there. That's very close there, I think. I don't think I'd be running over there. There's a lot of track on the inside, and actually the quickest line is to run to the outside of the track there, but that was a bit too far left, I think, as we see a bit of a puff of dust there from the car in front of Schroeder, so which actually I think that is that Delhi's poke up in front, which could be actually no, it's P19 I think is the car in front. But you can see now already the Aston there has just stretched its legs, and we've probably got 2 seconds already ahead. So the poor car, poor Aston was really. As we've got a yellow flag. Let's see if we can find what's happened. Casper Hugard looks like they've gone off.
And place 5 has a drive-through penalty.
Milan Duma, sorry, not Martin. Drive-through penalty with their Moose, their green. Well, obviously the green car with the Moose, so jumping straight into the pits to serve the drive-through, and that must be due to track limits. Which this track is, it's old school, isn't it? There's not a lot of runoffs. It's not like Paul Ricard where you can really abuse the track limits. You're off certain areas, and the track you're getting track cuts. Spoon's one of probably the worst ones, and 130R. So he's jumping in to serve his penalty straight away, and we've got Brunoza in P6, which is P2 in class. But it looks like they've managed to maintain their position. Still only 45 seconds, I think, behind. So 36 seconds now, 32 even. So let's we'll see if that's Abranosa on screen. 60 seconds behind. So clearly they don't want another drive-through, because that's going to affect them. Obviously the rain's due to start in 10 minutes now, so they're going to be wanting to think about pit stops probably within next 15 minutes, because the rain is looking like it's going to get harder as well, Yvonne, which this part of the race you really don't want to have to stop multiple times for tyre changes.
No, it will be difficult to have it right away. I think they're gonna try to stretch it out on the dry tires to see what's gonna do. But maybe some already need to pit earlier before the rain comes, and then it's gonna be very tricky what you're gonna decide. Probably they are then sitting fingers crossed that they make the right decision.
I think those those at the front, I think they'll be quite conservative. They won't be running too long on a damp or greasy track. They'll be getting into to put on a set of wet fluids as we see the rain now starting to fall. And we're going to very quickly go from our optimum track. If you can see in the top right hand corner there, we're now losing grip very quickly. The rain's starting to fall. So who's going to come into the pits first, I think, is the interesting thing. So obviously green now. I think probably by the end of this lap, Landuma will probably be thinking it might be time to jump in the pits and get some different tyres on. He's only done 3 corners and it's gone from optimum to greasy, so he's going to be really struggling.
Yeah, the first one is already inside into the pit lane, P8. Sim Racing Holland, Peter. A good looking orange on the car. Not sure if
nobody else taking the chance yet, but I think if it stays like this, I think it will be getting to damp very quickly, which is just sort of on the cusp of really the wet tyres. So he's going to have to try and protect those tyres for a little while. But if nobody else pits, then he could be in a good position to actually try and make up some time.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. It's a bit on the edge between greasy and damp, I think, because it was going very quickly earlier to greasy. But better safe also than sorry in an endurance race. So I probably would have done the same. And P4 is now inside the pit lane. Hopefully the engine will do well.
Got somebody coming in the pits behind them as well, which is Easier in Team Eurocamp and Bocce the Rock in their Honda. So yeah, I think everyone's they're being fairly pragmatic, aren't they, and just deciding that it's probably best that they don't take the risk as Tim Flanger in Odyssey Racing pitting from P3, so they're not taking any risks, and obviously the Misfits probably would have hoped that they might have done. Just to try and recover some of that time.
Well, I think they're hoping that the engine will survive till the end.
I think so, yeah. I think that's...
yeah.
Well, they didn't stay on the track yet with one though, so that's just as important.
Yes, that's true. To finish first, you first have to finish.
Absolutely. We are with the leaders, still out on track. See how they go in with the greasy conditions. Yeah, the dry tyres do seem to work okay in these conditions. As we see the Audi just leaving the track there. Which would be good if I could actually find the Audi. I think that was them there, so but no, that actually wasn't those. It was there was a different. We got two Audis in the field. It must have been Wouter leaving the track. We got P10. It was those, wasn't it? It was João Castanheira just ahead of the leaders, so they'll be getting the blue flag soon. I suspect they're all going to be coming in this lap. 'Cause it's now moving to damp, and you can see on the track there it's starting to it's really struggling for grip. So I don't think they're going to be doing another lap out on the track on their dry tyres.
No, everyone is coming in. E2, G2W Argo setups are also in. And and Denise both from Well Things Racing is also in the pit lane.
I think Sarnavale's also joined the pits. Castanera, as we saw earlier. Alexander Gray. And for a while, things has taken over the car from Denise. So currently P20, P2 in class. Jan Bath. Yeah, where is Jan? There it is. Just reset. Don't think they've actually been out on the. I don't actually think they've been into the pitch yet. So let's see how they're getting on with grip. That'll probably give us an idea on whether they've actually been into the pitch yet. Looks like everyone's managed to get through the pits without picking up a penalty, which we've obviously seen a few of those through the race. A few stop goes and a few drive-throughs for speeding in the pit lane, which obviously for the drivers is a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's you do get off the pit limiter a little bit too early, and it can cause you to have a stop go, which isn't ideal, especially when you're in an endurance race. And we see Nelson Abranosa now into the pits as well.
Yes, I heard that one team had a driver with the pit limiter and the push to talk on one button on the wheel, I think, and that wasn't going well either. Pit lane.
No, it doesn't tend to go well. We when we had Regan Mitchell driving with us, who now races for Rocket SimSport. He had his pit limiter mapped to his push to talk as well. So that quickly got changed when we realised that. He was out the car and it's like you need to turn that off. You don't need you obviously don't need push to talk on when you're in the team chat. So obviously it was a requirement that we used to have everybody when they were in Discord, if they were staying in the same channel during a race, that they were on push to talk, because you get people making all sorts of noises when they're racing that can put people off. So but when there's only sort of 2 or 3 of you in a room, you can mute yourself quite easily when you're spotting. So it wasn't ideal. It's not ideal running push to talk, is it, on your pit limiter?
No, well, running push to talk I always found it a bit difficult. I'm not used to it, so when I need to do that, I'm talking and just don't push the button for the first couple of times, and then I think, why is nobody responding? Oh, maybe I need to press a button. So I don't use it enough to get used to it.
Yeah. I used to do the driver's briefing, as you would have heard probably on occasion, and the admin teams don't have to, obviously they don't have a channel where it's mandatory for admin. So I did actually race 3/4 of a race where I forgot that I was actually not muted. So I took a license point penalty for that, as other people would do if they basically spoke or made comments during the race at that time. So so there's no different rules for the admins in the community. Everyone races under the same rules, that's for sure.
Oh, that's good. I see that car number 666 from Team Racing Point PS Evo. Sorry if I say it wrong. Carlo Pilello is in pit lane. I'm not sure if they pitted late for the wet tires or they back in again. Oh, they're going out now.
There we go. That was a very long run, isn't it? It's still damp, so really it's.
Oh, it looks close.
Yeah, I mean, obviously damp conditions. You can still run the slicks. I think we saw. I think it was at Indianapolis in the Camus race, where we saw people running slick tyres on the damp conditions for about 10-15 laps. Unfortunately, the conditions didn't get any better. Obviously, people rolled the dice hoping that the rain was going to stop, which unfortunately it didn't after that time. So yeah, it was tricky for them. So it was. But as we said, they are capable of running on the damp conditions. But at the moment, it's steady rain, but it's actually due to be getting worse. So it's right. It's the right call to get onto wet tyres now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And talking about changing tires, we are gonna change soon to part 3 of the live stream of the charity 24 hours Suzuka race against cancer. So I hope everyone stays around, supports the charity, supports the drivers, the teams, maybe a little bit of us, and then we're gonna switch over to part 3 of the streams.
Yeah, we got around a minute, I think, before our normal broadcast director Tom switches the stream over. Okay, that's cool. So we're just gonna we're gonna port that across. So we'll continue to bring you the race for the next 4 hours and 7 minutes, with I'm sure a few interviews along the way and a few interviews at the end of the race with those who want to come and have a chat with us. In terms of the podium positions for each of the classes. Something new for this year is the class racing for the whole teams. It was something that was decided by the group just to keep it interesting for those that maybe not as quick as the top teams. So it's jumbled up the grid a little bit, and obviously means that there's still some racing to go. But I think those with the pro drivers are any pro drivers obviously managing to get some decent stints in. So we're seeing a bit of a mixed pro and pro teams up there. You see the pro teams in the white next in the car numbers box on the left hand side of the screen. The ones in grey are the pro-ams, and the reds are the amateur teams. So it denotes based on how many pro drivers they've got, or